What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 80. Jared Cole has done it again.
Got kicked for the last 3 legs.
James on the
Talking to
third
big
leg.
uns.
Johan Gelenho.
2 5s for the perfect
James
start
on
for
the
Keegan
first
Brown,
leg.
pinching
Keegan
that
Brown.
first leg under the nose of John Henderson.
And he goes and says, "Oh,
James on the
young
fifth
man."
leg. John Henderson.
Double 5.
James on the
130.
first leg.
And
Lorenzo
that now
Pron.
means that every single player today has had a ton plus to
Second
check
leg
out.
is
Double 18.
James
Superbly
on the second
taken
leg. Christian
from
Perez.
Christian Perez. Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series. It's the second day's worth of action here in Group A from the live lounging ports. But overnight, it is the Filipino Christian Perez who has a 2-point lead in the table. Hot on his heels, the likes of Lorenzo, Pron and John Henderson in the league standings. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here to talk all about the opening day's proceedings, where Christian Perez is the top player overnight, was slow to get out the traps in his first game. But then for the rest of the day, he was superb, wasn't he?
Yeah, very much so. We thought, oh, hello, what's going to go on here after his first game? But then reeled off some 90 averages, one after the other. Really showed his class, and at the end of the day, ended up top for the right reason.
Well, there was that famous song, wasn't there, back in the 80s, I Don't Like Mondays. Well, I think Mondays are becoming the best day here at the live lounge reports of Jared Cole for the second consecutive Monday, hitting a 9-dart leg.
Yeah, very much so. And when he left yesterday, he was like, I'd rather had a couple more wins than a 9-darter. But yeah, not for me. There's no bad 9-darter. Always hit one if you can.
And this was how he did it. He actually outfoxed us a little bit because he went treble 15, double 18 for it. And I get the sense that if he's on it again today, he might be going a different route.
I think you're probably right. I think the way that the 9-dart legs are evolving now on the television, it's people are going varying routes and varying ways and now trying to do it in a different way. So, yeah, the norm apparently is not the way to do it anymore.
Well, this is the list of players that have achieved the feat here at the Super Series. Jared Cole in gold, 2 to his name. Conor Heenahan hit 3 last week. Steve West, the other player to have hit a couple, 17 all told since we moved here in September 2022. So that is in terms of perfection, but this is how the league standings looked after the first day, because Jared Cole only won the one game. That one highlight moment for him. Christian Perez, top of the table, 8 points to his name. Lorenzo, Pron and John Henderson in second and third, respectively. We can have a look at the stats for the opening day's play here. And I have to say, from top to toe, it was a really, really good standard throughout the course of the session.
Yeah, it was. And the thing that stands out for me there was Pronk, who had the lowest running average of the day, but he managed to somehow get the job done and end up in second place in the group. So fair play to him. He's one that's going to be having to watch his back because he's going to have to up that average to stay with the top guys.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about today's action. Christian Perez and John Henderson trading places. Perez the favourite, Henderson the 9-4 second favourite. But when you consider that Christian and John have got to go head-to-head in the first game, if you fancy John Henderson, is he value at 9-4?
Yeah, he probably is. But we know that today, Tuesday, is moving day. And I think probably even down to Johan and Keegan is still value today. By the end of the day, whether it still will be, that's another matter.
It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the session then. It's a meeting between Christian Perez and John Henderson. It was a game that Christian won by 4-2 yesterday. For Hendo, he's looking to get out the traps flying, and he did so yesterday against the South African Johan Gelenho. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with the Highlander to get his assessment of the first day's play. John, 6 points from your first day here. Happy overall with the performances?
I was all right. I suppose for the first day I would take that, yes. Oh, there's room for improvement, so hopefully I can improve the day. But there's tough games there. Obviously I'm playing players that I don't know, and they're very good players, so I know what to expect the day. I know I've got up my game, so hopefully I can maybe put a few points on that average and take some more wins.
Is that sometimes a little bit more difficult, the unknown quantities, the likes of perhaps a Johan, a Lorenzo, that you know are quality players, but you may not have seen in the flesh before?
Oh, 100%, yes. I know Jared, I know Christian, I know Keegan, so I knew what they were bringing to the board, but I didn't know the other two. I certainly know now, and Johan's a good player, Lorenzo's a great player as well, so no, I think it is easier if you know what you're up against, and it's quite hard to predict what they're going to do, but no, it's a good game. We had 2 good games against them. Luckily enough, I came through them, but hopefully I can do the same today.
Don't want to turn into Judge Judy here, but we do need to clear something up that happened yesterday in your game against Keegan. The tip of the water into the glass. Would you like to clarify what happened there?
So I know Keegan, he likes to drink a lot of water when we play games, and I noticed his glass was empty, and me being the gentleman that I am, I actually give half of my water into his, so he had some water to continue with the game. So, no, I was not stealing Keegan's water. I can clarify that. So, no, I just try to help the guy out.
All good fun, right? All in jest.
100%, all good fun, yeah.
And in terms of today, what do you feel like the task is going to have to be?
I do believe I'm going to have to probably have 100% record today if I want to win Group A. I do believe that. It's going to be hard, it's going to be tough, but I'm up for the challenge, and hopefully, if I can find my doubles, I should be fine.
Wish you well. John, good luck.
Top man, Henry, cheers.
And so, the first game of Tuesday is a repeat of the final game on Monday, a match which Christian Perez won to top the group overnight by a couple of points from John Henderson, who is looking to seal a third weekly success here at the Live Lounge in Porto. For Christian Perez, he said it was a dream come true to play on this stage yesterday. The 43-year-old Titan, the first ever Filipino player to play here, has played in 4 World Championships in his career, but has highlighted the Super Series and the Live Lounge stage as one which he wanted to play on as much as any other. Up against John Henderson, he's been here a few times now. The 51-year-old from Huntley making his 8th appearance here. In each of his previous 7, he's qualified through to the Saturday, having won on 2 occasions. He is hoping to complete the perfect hat-trick this week. Jack Garwood is the man in the middle. He's in charge of all of the action on this Tuesday morning, calling home what was his 8th 9-darter at the Super Series yesterday. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the commentary box to talk through all of the action. And for Christian Perez, it was slow out the traps yesterday, but once he got going, he was, you could argue, perhaps a step above the rest of the field.
Yeah, he was. The numbers said that, right up until his last game, where I believe he kind of had got to the point where he knew that he needed to beat John, and he wasn't worried about the average. He was worried about just making sure that he beat Hendo, and so sort of that game plan went well for him. But we know that Tuesday is moving day, and with the averages all being so tight between the guys, we know that the bottom guy, Jared Cole, is more than capable of beating the 5 above him. So it could be an interesting day today. It could turn out to be very interesting, and if John has any inklings at this particular moment in time and finishing top of the group, he does need to beat Christian here in this first game, I believe.
Well, after averaging 73 in his opening match against Lorenzo Pronk yesterday, Christian Perez,
59.
He brought and dragged his daily average up to 89.6, but it was his doubling more than anything else that was absolutely lethal. 16 from 38.
96.
And actually, if you take out the fact that he missed his first 9 darts at a double, from game 2 onwards, he was 16 out of 29 on the outer ring.
Yeah, we interviewed him last night, and he said it's the biggest part of his game. It's something he knows that he has to work on, and he works hard on it. And I think, back in the day, with the late great Eric Bristow and I had a chat, and we chatted about how I practiced and what I did, and
58. Christian, you require
and he said, when you practice the
77.
doubles, then the most important part. And I was like, said everybody grabs their darts and starts throwing at the treble 20. Nobody grabs their darts and starts throwing at treble 10. I said, why?
50,
or double 10.
You
He said,
require
why?
130.
He said, that's the bit that makes you the money. He said, I never practice my scoring, ever. It's always about the double at the end and trying to make it second nature. And I thought, do you know what? The old fella's got a point here.
94.
And I pretty much do the same now.
20.
But because I don't do the scoring, I can't get to the double. So, it's something that changed my practice regime 10 years ago, that did, just from what he said or before that.
Well, Perez has missed a few darts at the double here to take the opening leg, but he's got it
First leg, Christian Perez.
in his ledger nonetheless.
Second
The other
leg
thing
is
with the
Johnson
internet age that you
first.
have now is
Game on.
you just start web searching stuff and you can find all sorts of sites all over the place now helping you with practice games and things to try, where 15 years ago when I started, that wasn't around. You were just picking up off of what you saw other people doing. And now you've got, everybody's got an idea of how everybody should be playing, and it's
97.
there's podcasts all over the place and coaches all over the place. There was none of that when I started. It was just working it out for yourself. So picking up, you go to
81.
tournaments and watch how people warmed up before they played and things like that. That's all gone from the game now. You don't think about how anybody else is doing. You jump on the internet, you find the games that work for you and the ones that you enjoy, and you find that aren't boring, and you just do them.
108.
Well, Christian Perez with his second max of the match. Mind you, didn't you have to go to your first county game in a horse-drawn carriage?
No, I went in a tractor with a muck spreader on the back.
60.
Because that's pretty much how I played once I got there. So it was pretty amicable. I think I got dropped after my first game. Might have even been my second. Yeah, I'm very persistent. I got dropped 4 times from Dorset. But I've made 200 games now, so that's good.
Well, this, for Christian Perez, is a complete opposite to his start yesterday, where he got out of the traps averaging just 73. Didn't get a leg on the board against Lorenzo Pronk. But there's a potential 11-darter to break the throw of John Henderson and open up a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. Double 16. In it goes. And off he goes. 11-darter, 103 the average, 3,180 so far. John Henderson, 2 days in a row, is being hit by a big performance straight out of the gate. Yesterday, he won 4-2 against Johan Geldenhuys. 102.63 was the average for the South African. Henderson winning, averaging 95 with 3 15-dart legs in there and 4 from 6 on the doubles. And there you can see the 2 players' averages after the first couple of legs. A good start for Christian, but John Henderson will know that that's just a start. And how many times do we see in a game here at the Super Series a player get off quickly in a contest and then plateau back to type? And Henderson will feel if he can stick around this standard, he will at some point get opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. But the longer the game goes on, this is a difficult one for Hendo. He's been broken. His first leg has been broken, so that makes it very difficult. But his first leg was actually the second leg of the match. So when you get broken then, obviously Perez then takes a 2-0 lead, then has the throw. And the way that he is playing and the way that he is scoring, he's quite clearly targeted this game as a big, big game for him to finish top, as we did at the start of the day. So Hendo's still hanging in there. He won't go anywhere.
140. Christian, you require 161.
So 161 here for Perez to open up a 3-0 lead. Not to be. Henderson only needs the 1 treble to at least guarantee himself a dart at the bullseye.
121.
Averaging 105 so far, and he hasn't had a dart at a double.
97. Christian, you require 64.
Well, you should get a dart here, Christian. He's going to get 2 at double 8. That one's a bit wayward. Little chat to himself.
56.
So,
John, you require
offered an opportunity
24.
to Henderson that you feel he must take.
Double 6.
Game
He's
shot on the
taken last
third
darts in
leg.
hand,
John
and Henderson is back in the match. Gets a break back. The game returns to throw at 2-1.
Full flag.
Yeah,
It's
what's the point in
Johnson
hitting
or
it first
first?
start? You only have to carry
Game on.
2 to the board if you do that.
$78. $60.
I think Henderson, when we saw that interview before it started, he's well aware that what happened yesterday is gone and forgotten now. He can only dictate what happens today.
93.
And he set himself a pretty big target of 5 out of 5 today. And I think 4 would have been enough. But I think this needs to be one of the 4 wins to keep him in touch.
Well, if he loses this one, he's 4 points adrift to Christian Perez at the very outset of the session. By no stretch of the imagination is it not catchable, but it's very, very hard
84.
work from that point onwards to try and make up that kind of ground.
Yeah, you start to run out of games, don't you? That's the thing. But Perez being very assured here and looking really good.
140.
He told us yesterday in his interview after yesterday's play how important it was and what an ambition it was of his to be here. He's
90.
obviously been watching a bit of it. He's been here in the country for 5 months. You know, when he got his tour card a couple of years ago, there were visa issues and he missed the first full year of the tour because of those issues.
108.
So then came back to try and get his card again in
John, you require
January
156.
2025, but didn't get it and has stayed here for the last 5 months playing Challenge Tour, ADC, anything he can play, local comps to try and...
140.
He said it's so much better to be here in the
Require
UK practicing and
76.
playing than it is being back home. But he does go back home in the middle of May.
Double 18 for the break and a 3-1
58.
lead, not to be. And so John Henderson has
16.
bided his time for this opportunity. He saw Christian Perez race away with a 2-leg lead,
Shot on the full
but it's
flag.
kept
John
firm with the
Henderson.
standard that he's kept and has levelled this match up at 2-2.
The
Fifth
important
flag,
leg
it's
here was
Christian
leg
to the
3 when he
first.
broke Perez.
Game on.
To then give him chance to hold his own and then take that one. But Perez did have chances, didn't he? One dart at that double.
140.
We mentioned how good he's been on his doubling throughout the course of Monday. In this game, 2 from 8 on the outer ring. 6 opportunities missed. And when you feel like he's missed an opportunity, if John Henderson's able
135.
to turn a 2-0 deficit into a victory of some description.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the Perez play here. A lot of players have previous with Perez, and he
140.
does mess about a bit up there on the hockey, and we haven't seen too much of that from him here yesterday. Whether we're going to see some of it today, I don't know, but his reputation is
43.
awkward for players to play. He's very awkward. But it seems his months here in the UK playing other stuff have sort of taken the rough edges off of his game, the
45.
sharp edges, and made him a more round and complete player. He's definitely throwing differently, and that can only be from being here. Because when you play sort of some of the Asian
41.
players and the way that they play soft tip, which is a totally different game, it's all about what you miss in soft tip. If you miss with a couple of darts, you lose legs over there. So you have to make sure you calm yourself down and you hit everything. Everything has to be a routine. And
100.
it's very different when you bring that mentality, the soft tip mentality, to the steel tip game.
The standard is very, very good out in Asia, but it's still a developing part of the world when it comes to the
123.
sport. And so it
Christian,
does
you
need
require
people like
76.
Christian, to get things like tour cards, to be competitive in the big arena, to then stem the quality elsewhere. A great example of that's in the United States. We'll talk a bit more about that in a second as Perez looks at tops.
56.
Unable to get, but he has got time on his side to open up a 3-2 lead.
Well, the reason that it's like it is because most of the money out there is in the soft tip game. So what's the point in honing your skills with the steel tip game unless you're going to come to Europe?
Very valid point. Hits this. Perez will be at match point.
Game shot.
Manages to crowbar it in the end and open up a 3-2 lead with Henderson hot on his tail.
Sixth flag. It's John to the row first. Game on.
Yeah, so the money in soft tip in Asia in comparative to what's going on in the PDC world over here particularly is why some of the Asians are taking their chance and coming this direction. Kai Wei and Lung was another one who came and sort of uprooted everything, family and everything, to come here and try and be successful, and maybe hasn't been as successful as he wanted to be, but he's now landed a job here and things are pretty good for him. So and I respect that. I can't imagine myself trying to lift myself and my family and head into Asia to try and take on the game, because that's effectively what they've done. New country, new world, something they're not used to.
100.
And it's boldness. It's just gutsy to do that. And you know, you've got players in the UK that won't even take a day off work without pay to go make sure they're at a tournament somewhere. And these guys are committing their whole life to it, and their lifestyle and their family's life as well. And it's one that when somebody tries to do it, you've just tip your hat to them and say, well done, mate. You give it a go, because then for the rest of your life, whether you do it, whether you make it or whether you fail, you don't look over your shoulder for the rest of your life going, what if? That's the worst thing ever you can do in life.
41.
Well, we're both quite good pals with our good friend Corinne Hammond, who we've spoken to in the past about her move over from Australia to the UK and how difficult she found it at times to acclimatise, adjust, but then over time felt it was a sacrifice that was worth making.
$60.
And I suppose it emboldens you to try and make that success more tangible as well, doesn't it? When you commit the miles and you make that trip from the other side of the world. I suppose Damon Heta, at this present moment in time, is probably the best example of somebody who took the plunge and is reaping the rewards as a consequence of it.
John, you require 100.
Yeah, there's a few. There's Danny Lauby. There's a fair few that are trying it and having various success. You know, Danny Baggish had done it and tried it and had 2 years of success over here while he had a tour card.
84. Christian, you require 127.
Well, Perez looking at the 1-2-7 to win the game and to move 4 points clear at the top of the group. Job 19 leaves the bull. The bull it is for Christian Perez.
102.
And that would have been some way to have sealed a first win, some way to have opened up daylight between the pair in terms of the league table. But there may be nothing between the pair in a couple of moments' time if Henderson can find tops.
56.
But that drags low.
Christian, you require 25.
Yeah, it did indeed. And Perez's stats of yesterday on the doubles, you would fancy him taking this out. Always missed the big number. So one dart then for Perez.
21.
And he misses and lets Henderson back in.
20.
It's all about the Highlander now. Can he make it 3-3?
Double five. Inside. And you could tell how frustrated he is. He knows he was given a gilt-edged opportunity to take this game all the way. And now he could find himself 4 points adrift at the top of the table if Perez can find 4 points more. And he's got a beautiful guide on the double two. Nestles it over the top. And he is the top dog now in this Group A. Christian Perez opens up a 4 point gap from John Henderson and Lorenzo Pronk. And he has got some real room for manoeuvre. He's got a real buffer at the top of the league standings, and this is how he did so. Averaging pretty much bang on what he did for the day yesterday. Did miss a few darts at a double. Henderson had a couple of opportunities to take us all the way, but it's Perez with a 4-2 win to start the day. Next up, Keegan Brown takes on Johan Gelenho. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Christian Perez got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 2 in the opening game of the day. That now moves him 4 points clear at the top of Group A. Our second match is a meeting between Keegan Brown and Johan Gelenho. Keegan, who is hoping to sip from the cup of success today, and I'd be hoping not to be involved in any more Watergate scandals. Now aged 32, from Newport on the Isle of Wight, the emphasis being on the Isle of Wight, nicknamed the Needle because, well, he works in a lab and he lives close to the needles. Up against Johan Gelenho, the 25-year-old from Gansby in South Africa, the hitman making his debut, and he'd be hoping to take out the rest of the opposition. He'd be hoping less day of the Jackal, more night of the Jackal on Saturday night, will Johan Gelenho, but he'd be hoping not to have a height of a performance because he was superb at times on Monday. As for Keegan Brown, well, it did feel like a Jekyll and Hyde
First
day.
leg, it's
The first
Keegan to
couple
the
of games,
first.
he was superb.
Game on.
Won his first 2, but then lost each of his last 3, including this fixture against Johan in the penultimate match of the day yesterday. Despite the fact Keegan averaged in excess of 90, he missed 11 darts at a double in that contest to allow the South African to cross the
95.
line by 4 legs to 3. And for Keegan yesterday, ran at an average of just underneath 87.5, was 40% on his doubles. That really was his key streak up
140.
until that final game against Johan, who, for him, he ran at a 90 average for the day. And you get the sense, Scott, if Johan plays like he did or in and around that level yesterday for the whole of the week, he's going to be there or thereabouts for a Saturday night appearance.
Yeah, I would think so. I think the one thing that he probably has to sharpen up a little bit would be his
100.
double exploits at the end of legs. He gave himself lots of chances, which I suppose is the bigger picture, isn't it? If you're not giving yourself chances, then
140.
it is making life very difficult for yourself. So he'd be pleased that he was making the chances. Probably just not so happy he wasn't converting as many as he would have liked, because his doubling stats at 31%
Keegan, you require
were
141.
a little below par for the rest of the group, and probably why he finds himself where he is on what was the
65.
highest average of the group, running average of the group yesterday.
Well, Brown has left himself on 76 after 12, and just like yesterday, he's got out the chats very quickly. Johan did too, but it was an effort that was in vain, averaging 102.63 and a 4-2 defeat to John Henderson. Keegan's going to get a dart at tops to take out the opening leg.
56.
Goes just
Johan,
underneath,
you
and so
require
Kelvin Hoyce will look at
104.
104 to get an early break of throw under his belt. He's now going to have a look at double 16 to do exactly
72.
that, not to be. And so
Keegan, you require
Keegan has already
20.
missed a dart to win the opening leg. Is going to get 3 more double 10.
Game shot on the
And no
first
mistake
leg. Keegan
on
Brown.
that second occasion. Brown 1 up.
Yeah, I just needed the one.
Second leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if Keegan's water drops low in this match where the Hendo are coming shooting around the corner with a jug.
140.
Help him out.
We'll have to rename him the Water Boy.
H2O.
139.
I get the sense that Keegan's at a real crossroads in terms of his career. Spent so many years on the professional circuit, 12 years a tour card holder before
140.
losing his card at the end of 2024. And for somebody that's achieved a lot of success, coming back down to this level after so many years at the top of the game, will he be trying to kind of just work out where he is in terms of the darting landscape right now?
10 years ago, I would say, yeah, you're right, coming down to this level. But this level is not far off of being inside that 128, and we've seen it from here with players going from the Super Series and going on and getting tour cards with the experiences from here. I don't really see this as a drop down for Keegan. I just think this is... His levels have just dropped off a fraction consistently, which is why he has now found himself here. And to come here and... Look, he's keeping down a job as well, and always has. It's just... And until you're one of those players that do that, you have to say that
57.
has he been overachieving to be keeping his card as long as he has? I feel he has. I feel it's more of an overachievement to keep it as long as he has.
71.
Once again,
Keegan, you require
Johan,
107.
that's a double go begging. And 86, treble 18, double 16 incoming for Keegan now.
75.
And he misses also.
Johan, you require 32.
So for 1-1 then, Geldenhuis.
No score. Keegan, you require
They're the types of
32.
opportunities that Johan can ill afford to miss this week.
Game shot on the
And
second
Keegan Brown
leg.
duly
Keegan Brown.
punishes. He gets the break and opens up a 2-0 advantage in this match.
Yeah, especially against the likes of Key, because you can't do
Third
that.
leg,
You
it's
just can't
Keegan
do
to
that.
throw first.
His experience,
Game on.
for one so young, is mammoth.
I mean this with the greatest respect to Keegan. He's 32, but it feels like he's been around
140.
forever.
It's because he has. It's because he has. He's been at a top level for a long time. And let's not, look, just because he hasn't got a tour card, that doesn't mean to say that he's not still playing at a top
58.
level. Because he is. He is still playing at a top level, but being here.
And Chris Mason sits in this
83.
seat a lot. And he mentions us the biggest difference, in his opinion, between the players that play here and the players that play at the top level is not so much the A game, because it is there to be competitive. There's enough examples of that. But it's that B game, isn't it? That game that you need to get yourself out of jail when you're not quite playing at your best. That's probably the key difference, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with Mace at all on that. I think he's spot on.
122.
But this is A-grade stuff from Keegan Brown so far. 98.5 the average, and Johan has had 5
93.
opportunities at a
Keegan, you
double in
require
this match, but a failure to
156.
take them has allowed Keegan Brown to pick apart the opportunities that he's had. What do you give for treble here?
55.
Well, not that one.
Johan, you require 170.
So a chance to feed our first big fish of the week. Not going to go this time round.
42. Keegan, you require 101.
So 101 here for Keegan Brown to open up a 3-0 advantage. Double 18.
65.
That would have been a case of all's well but
Johan,
ends
you
well after
require
the
128.
Eminous first start. Double 20 pull. Johan's not going to get another pop at a
56.
target on the back of a ton
Keegan, you
plus
require
combo.
36.
Did so in the first 2 legs and able to do so here, and Keegan Brown can sweep him aside. But he goes inside on the double 9, and so Gelenho will come back for
28.
72. He's going to get another
you
opportunity to
require
get a leg on the
72.
board. It'd be a break back, and he'd be able to return the game to throw. It's another one, a double 16. It's a target
40.
which is just
you
not
require
correlated
8.
with him so far.
Game shot on the
No, it
third
hasn't,
leg.
and-
Keegan Brown.
Keegan Brown once again takes his chance on double 4.
Fourth leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on. $30.
As I mentioned earlier, Keegan Brown running off of an average for the day of 87.49, 40% on the doubles, which in this
44.
format will do severe damage.
Yeah, it sure will.
99.
Only problem Keegan's got is he's found himself pitched in a group
6.
which are just finding that extra little bit of quality. And that was kind of the difference for him yesterday. As I mentioned, didn't play bad at all, but it felt like there was a couple of games towards the latter end of the day where players were just finding that
100.
extra little bit. Lorenzo Pron, for example, hit 3 ton plus checkouts against him. Johan just timed his runs a little bit better against Keegan in the final game of the day
40.
yesterday. But look at to get a reverse of the scoreline here, Keegan. He went down to defeat. In fact, that went all the way to a last leg decider
6.
yesterday. He'll be hoping for something a little bit more comprehensive here.
$136. $100. $93. Johan, you require 112.
So a bit of a pressure applied here by Keegan Brown.
Game shot on the
This
fourth
time
leg.
nails
Johan Gelenho.
The double 16. The 2 previous visits he missed. Third time lucky.
Big flag. It's Keegan
for
to go
Gelenho.
first. Game on.
The first ton plus checkout of the day was actually one of those rare days here at the Super Series where
41.
every single player took out at least 1 ton plus checkout over the course of the session. And for Keegan, a lot of
41.
them were hit against him yesterday. A matter of fact, over the course of his 5 games,
45.
he had no fewer than 5 ton plus checkouts hit against him, including the 3 against Lorenzo. Gelenho had a 110 against him, and Christian Perez had the 114 against him.
That's a sign that you've been on the tally box a few times, I can tell you.
136.
When your opponents start doing those things to you, they step up. They recognise your ability and your skill and your position in the game.
140.
Former world youth champion Keegan, and having spoken to him about it, it's a title that he holds with
59.
real pride. He knows it's not the world championship, but it's a world championship of some description, and that's something that he holds very, very highly in terms of regard.
100.
Perhaps a surprise that he never went deeper in some of the real big majors in his career. Last 16 of the World Championship. The best he got at the match play was the last 16 a couple of times. His best run was at the Grand Slam in 2014. Got to the quarterfinals. Also made the quarterfinal of the World Series finals. That was only a couple of years ago. That was his best run in one of the ITV majors. He'd go out 10-5 to Nathan Aspinall after beating Gerwin Price and Keegan Brown in a couple of rounds before.
53. Johan, you require 76.
So Gelenho's here looking at 76 to bring it back to 3-2. 2 in his hand at double 8.
60.
But he's missed
Keegan,
8
you
darts at a
require
double here,
68.
Johan, and this could be the end of it. Because Keegan Brown's going to get a dart at double 16, and he's not going to miss. And he's going to move himself on to 6 points, and he's going to leapfrog John Henderson into 3rd position in the league standings. Another positive start to the day for Keegan Brown. For Johan Gelenho, the key difference in that match was the doubles he missed. He did find a 112 checkout. He had a couple of other opportunities to take out some 3-figure finishes, but there was a couple of legs where he had darts in hand and was unable to convert. Keegan Brown was better placed to do so. That's why he seals a 4-1 victory. Next up, Lorenzo Pron against Jared Cole.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Keegan Brown got his day up and running with a 4-1 victory against Johan Geldenhuys of South Africa. Our third game is a meeting between Lorenzo Pronk and Jared Cole. Lorenzo, 31 years of age, from The Hague in the Netherlands, throwing with a 22-gram Mike Kyvenhoven dart. Up against the 24-year-old from Chandler's Ford, Jared Cole, former runner-up in Series 4, the king of the castle, is hoping to be the lord of the church come Saturday night. And who knows, he could earn £30,000 in the next 2 weeks. In fact, any of the 12 players here could earn £30,000 in the next 2 weeks, because the winner on Saturday night will pocket £5,000. Then the £25,000 winning Champions Week. Then that doesn't then put into play the performances that they'll get in terms of the group stages, where you'll get those added bonuses. There's a possibility that somebody over the next couple of weeks could earn
96.
circa £33,000-34,000. It could be a very profitable fortnight for somebody.
Well, when you put it all like that, Henry, yeah, I hadn't realised. I don't know what I'm doing here. I should be on the practice board.
That's right. Jared does the double and he wins both the Group A's and he wins the Champions Week. He can quit his job.
Oh, well, you'll have to add another feather to your bow, I think, if that's the case, Henry.
Now, the only downside to that is I'd have to listen to Owen Binks in my ear more often.
83.
Good spotters are hard to come by, my friend.
It's a very hard skill to craft. We're very
48.
lucky here at the Super Series to have some very, very good people that are able to do that particular job. We're not in a hurry to lose Jared, that's for sure.
No, absolutely. Or Owen, by the way.
58. Lorenzo, you require
Calm down.
88.
Lorenzo looking at 88 to take out the opening leg. Double 16 leads double 10. Not to be on this occasion, but he's got plenty of time on his side.
Yeah, but you don't want to use it all. You don't want to use all that time on your side. You want to get it done nice and quickly
45. Lorenzo,
and
you
nice clean
require
finish here
20.
first start, and off you go to the next leg. That's what you'd be looking for.
Game shot
What
on the
Lorenzo
first
didn't
leg.
want to do was
Lorenzo
get
Pron.
drawn in with a couple of slack missed darts of the double. Hasn't done that. He's opened up a 1-0 lead. And I
Second
think
leg,
he's
it's
the
Jared
player
to
of
throw first.
everybody
Game
yesterday that's kind of gone under the radar. Played some really steady stuff. May not have had the best numbers of everybody in the group, but what he was able to do was time his runs perhaps better than anybody else in the group.
He did, and I think if you stuck him in a really tight, a really
125.
stiff group and a big averaging group, which basically this was yesterday, really, really good stuff. He can step up and find that other gear, which some players can't. They sort of plateau, and that's their game, and that's their game. But I believe he's one of those that looks like he will go on, and if you do 90 averages against him, he's coming with you. He plays you as a player, and that's the way that he's geared at the moment. That's the way his brain looks at the games at the moment.
99.
And yeah, he looks a bright prospect at just 31 as well. He's got plenty of time.
Looks like he can stand up
93.
to any kind of proposition, doesn't he? Doesn't look phased by anything.
No, he does, and that impresses me most about him.
85.
Well, better second leg from Jared in comparison to the
99.
first.
Jared, you require
Left himself
119.
on 119 after 12 to level this game up at one apiece. Treble 20 leaves tops. Unable to get. Lorenzo needing just the one treble here to give himself a dart at the ball for the break of a 2-0
99.
lead. And he's going to have to
Lorenzo, you
take out this
require
1-2-4 because Jared has left himself on a double. And he's going to get a look at this double 10 to
68.
square this
Jared, you
encounter
require
up.
20.
His doubling was okay. 35% all told yesterday, Jared Cole. He was just, at times, outscored, which has sometimes been the key strength
No
of his
score.
game. But 3 misses
Lorenzo, you
there
require
has allowed Lorenzo
56.
back for 56 to open up a 2-leg buffer.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, being
Lorenzo
outscored
Pron.
is not usually one of Jared's traits. He's usually there and thereabouts on the scoring front.
Third leg, it's Lorenzo.
It's just that you
to
know
throw
that if you can
first.
stay tight with him, or the way
Game
that
on.
I see when I play Jared, if I can stay tight with him, he will always give you chances. And the chances he had then have gone begging.
81.
And for Lorenzo, who had a little bit of an off leg in the previous leg, has been able to get away with it.
57. $93.
Lorenzo has been around the block, has played at a UK Open, as he mentioned yesterday, has played in some Players' Championship events just after COVID came and went. Didn't win a game in those 3 appearances, lost 6-1 twice to Karol Sedlacek and Ricky Evans,
58.
and a 6-3 defeat to Martin Schindler. The numbers weren't strong then, though, a couple of years ago, but it looks like, in comparison to what he was throwing then compared to what he's chucking now, he's a player that has improved and has improved immeasurably.
79.
Spent a lot of the lockdown period playing in online tournaments against
58.
some other players that we've seen here at the Super Series, most notably Danny Van Tripe, who we will see here before
21.
too long again. Jared here's got 6 darts on 188 to bring it back to 2-1.
66.
He's looking to reduce the deficit back down to 2-1, though, and this should be an opportunity to go 2-1 up in the match.
95. Jared, you require 122.
But again, finds himself on the back foot, and if he doesn't take this, Lorenzo should get a dart at a double for a 3-0 lead. It's the bullseye. It's not got,
97.
and Pronk
Lorenzo,
has
you
an
require
opportunity to open up
74.
clear daylight between this pair. Two in his hand, a double
Game shot on
16. He only
third
needs the
leg.
one.
Lorenzo Pronk.
And Lorenzo Pronk is in cruise control of this contest. 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's
And if
Jared
the
to
truth be
throw
told, it
first.
hasn't looked like he's broken
Game on.
sweat just yet.
No, Jared needs to get his
Six.
scoring game going to ask the questions of Pronk, doesn't he? Thus far, he hasn't been able to string the scores in and his treble 20 visits, one after the other. If he could just manage to string a couple of sort of tons or 3 tons in a row together,
43.
he would then start asking questions of his opponent and seeing if he could answer them. But all the time they're at 3-0 up on you, they tend to answer them well.
135.
And a very sluggish start to the day's play for Jared.
96.
And Lorenzo Pronk has done a very good job of just keeping him at bay, of just taking control and taking command of his situation, and could finish the match off with his best leg of the game. Potential 11 data here to dismiss of the king of the castle in double quick time, and he's got plenty of time.
You require 86
from this 86 to get the game wrapped up. 2 in his hand, a double 16, up for double 8. It's a dozen data to get the job done, and Lorenzo Pronk is up and running, and he's up and running with a quick dismissal of Jared Cole, a 4-0 win in the space of 8 minutes. And for Jared Cole, that's the worst possible start to his day. For Lorenzo Pronk, he's continuing to go under the radar, but if he carries on picking up results, he's not going to be able to do that for much longer. Decent opening display, average in excess of 94 from 7 on his doubles. Coming up next, Johan Geldenhuys takes on the table topper, Christian Perez. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where it's a case of seconds out, round 2 on this Tuesday here in Group A. Before the break, we saw Lorenzo Pronk get the better of Jared Cole by 4-0. Our fourth match is a meeting between the South African Johan Geldenhuys and the Filipino Christian Perez. We mentioned how the Modus Super Series is a international tournament where boundaries get broken, and this is very much a case. In fact, on that stage, 3 different continents. You've got
First leg, it's Johan
Christian Perez from the Philippines in Asia, Johan Geldenhuys from South Africa in Africa, and Jack Garwood from just up the road in Europe.
57. $100.
For Johan,
100.
qualified through the ADG African qualifiers. Did actually come through the ADG qualifiers to play at the Global Championship, but due to travel problems was unable to fulfill his place in that particular competition, although he will get another opportunity to do so at the end of 2025. And actually, Christian Perez, because of his standing in the UK Championship Tour Order of Merits, has got a very good chance of qualifying for the Global Championship via those particular ranking systems. Geldenhuys, with the game's opening max, has left himself on 164 after just 3 visits to the board, off to a very quick start where Christian Perez has just struggled out the traps a little bit in this opening leg.
$92. $125. Johan, you require 72.
I'm interested to see if Perez can keep up that game that he had against Hendo for the rest of the day.
40.
Johan definitely favouring that side of the board, double 16. Seems to be his go-to double.
$45. Johan, you require 32.
Well, he's had plenty of practice on it so far today, hasn't he? That's a wild attempt.
16.
That side of the board's not working.
You require
Maybe,
126.
when given those opportunities where he can pick between one double or another, maybe he might elect to look at tops in the future.
$101.
Almost a bullseye for the
Johan,
soft tip
requires
champ.
16.
Johan again going to that side of the board,
Game shot on the
but
first
more
leg.
successful
Johan
on this
Geldenhuys.
occasion. And I actually agree with your statement there. I think it's time to move away from there and try something else. The
Second leg,
18s,
it's Christian to
tops
throw
and
first.
10s, just
Game
24s and 6s. Just try something different when you've not been doing it on a certain part of the board. The problem is with us players, we do get a little bit
57.
stubborn over it, and we go, do you know what? You're not actually going to get in my head. You're not getting me. And you continue to go there to try and eradicate the bad memories. It's a strange one as a player, because you don't like being told you can't do something.
140.
And I suppose the irony is when you say that it's not in my head. It actually is in your head because you're saying that.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't even notice that you're not hitting it. You're just leaving it, and you don't kind of register that you're not hitting it, or you're not doing well on that side of the board. And maybe it can take till the next day or the next until you watch it back and somebody says, "Oh, you weren't very good on 10s today. I thought you might go
91.
36, 18. I'll leave the 32." It sometimes takes an outsider to watch your game and tell you what's going on. And when you're a player, you need a very trusted outsider to help you. You cannot always work out what's going on in the game.
100.
They can't generally help you during the game, and sometimes they can. The longer games, say at a lakeside or an alley pally where there's a break, you can be helped, but very difficult to sometimes work out what you're doing, whether you're playing badly or your opponent is playing really, really well. And sometimes you just need the nod from somebody to go, which way is it? To just stop you being over apprehensive at the board.
95.
But in terms of the scoring stakes, there's
require
no issues
90.
at all for Johan Gelenho. Second 180 there, leaves himself on 90 after 9. To get the breaker throw from Christian Perez, but he's going to have to find either treble 15 or treble 19. What did he fancy? He fancied the treble 19 for the double 14.
69.
And
Christian, you require
straight last start dropping over the
109.
treble 15 means that 21 will be what he look at if Perez cannot find this 109. Treble 19. I'm going to give him a dial at double 16, not to be. And so Gelenho,
57.
I suppose this is where we're going to find out whether he's going to persevere, stick or twist here. 21 left. And he's going to stay with that side of the board. Double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pins
Johan
it perfectly.
Gelenho.
14 dart breaker throw. 2-0 Johan Gelenho.
Third leg is Johan to throw first.
Mentioning
Game
the ADC Global Championship, which of course takes place here at the end of the year on Pluto TV. There will be a qualifier from South Africa. There's got to be 2 players in the tournament from South Africa because as defending champion, Devon Peterson gets a automatic invitation back into the event. There'll also be 2 qualifiers from the
100.
Oceanic region, and for the first time there'll be a qualifier from North America, but again, depending on what certain players do on certain tours, they can qualify through the ADC Championship Tour, which is what
140.
Christian Perez may well do over the course of 2025. Picked up the first Championship Tour title of the year, getting the better of Graham Hall in that particular final by 5 legs to 0.
100.
Which means he's got a very good chance of being here for the Tour Finals. That takes place at the end of October. The top 8 players will play in that. The top 4 from the Order of Merit will progress through to the Global Championship.
98. $135. Johan, you require 170.
So 170 for Johan Gelenho. He's got 6 darts from here to open up a 3-0 lead. Doesn't have to go for the ball. And so he decided to lead tops.
Yeah, lucky miss or tidy miss there. Fortunate miss, whatever you want to call it. But it has made him have to change which double he's heading for.
$98. Johan, you require 40.
Well, he's been all over Christian Perez like a rash in this game, Johan Gelenho. He's completely outscored his opponent.
Game
And
shot
pins the double 5, last dart in hand to open up a 3-0 advantage.
And again, more success on the change from Johan. And
game on.
this really will be a little bit of a dent in Christian Perez's armour if he goes down 4-zip here.
108. He.
Nice reply from Gelenho. And yeah, there's our 45th 180 of the group. Very early as well in the group to get that.
41.
Already on game 4, day 2. It shows what sort of day we had yesterday.
$95.
Yeah, it has been a really quality group, but this has been a really quality performance from Johan Geldenhuys averaging 98.78. Christian Perez himself averaging just under 93. He's only had the solitary dart at a double in this contest.
$97.
Geldenhuys to be back for 129 upon his return to complete a 4-0 win. And this would be a real spanner in the works for Christian Perez. But for John Henderson, this would be perfect for him because he can reduce the gap back down to within a couple of points. And he's playing Jared Cole, who now looks as if he's going to be detached down the bottom of this Group A. Treble 20 for the Bull. Bullseye for Johan Geldenhuys to complete a 4-0 win.
85.
Not quite so fortunate to hit the 10, but he definitely has tendencies to go right when going for the bullseye. This time it's a 6. Perez then trying the new route for 164, which is treble 19,
53.
treble 19.
Johan, you require
A visit
44.
to the Bull. It's all about Johan now and what he does here with this 44.
Double 16. That's blocked. That's awkward.
12.
And he couldn't find a way over the
Christian, you
top.
require
And so
111.
Christian Perez looking at 111 to get a leg back on the board. And if he doesn't, Geldenhuys has got 3 more at that target for the match. Going to get a dart, a double top, gets the double top.
Christian Perez.
Christian Perez hasn't had many opportunities in this match. That just his second dart at a double on the back of a ton plus combo. He takes it out and forces Geldenhuys to serve it out.
$57.
Aye.
Aye, indeed.
$41.
Well, Johan Geldenhuys probably thought that he'd broken the back of Christian Perez in this match, but the Filipino standing up to attention and forcing Johan to win one more leg to get this job done.
100. $140.
I have to say, Perez needs another one of those to stay close, and he doesn't get it. Big deflection into the 5s, and Johan now. Just a handy treble here.
58.
Almost sneaks it through the gap. Leaves Perez once again even 2 trebles of significance to really cause problems.
130.
Ah, okay,
Johan,
yeah,
you
like that
require
move, like that
150.
play.
He's got to be wary here.
6.
Doesn't pick off a treble,
Christian,
and
you
so
require 145.
yes, he leaves himself on a 2-darter, but this leg and thus this match could be a little bit more competitive than perhaps he thought it was going to be a few moments ago. Particularly if Perez fires at another ton plus out. He's not going to find the 145, so Geldenhuys should get a dart of a Bull at least to win this game 4-1.
Johan, you require 90.
90 to be in the new cardboard box.
$75.
It goes begging again. A couple more match darts go begging for Johan. Perez back in on 52. We know Perez is doubling prowess.
does not miss these opportunities. But he did there.
43.
And so
Johan
Johan
requires
Geldenhuys
15.
comes back for 15 to complete a comprehensive 4-1 victory. It's double six, the 3 o'clock double.
Game shot
And for
the
Christian
match,
Perez, the
Johan
winning run
Geldenhuys.
is up. Johan Geldenhuys with a 4-1 victory against the Filipino, and it really does open the group up for interpretation. 5 players now within 4 points of one another, and for the likes of John Henderson and Keegan, Lorenzo, Pron, an opportunity to really put the pressure on the Filipino, who's dropped to defeat there. For John Henderson, he can move to within a couple of points if he can get the better of Jared Cole on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johan Geldenhuys got the better of Christian Perez by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Jared Cole and John Henderson. 2 of the most recognisable faces here at the Modus Super Series going head-to-head. Well, John Henderson is one of the most recognisable names in the game, isn't he? Former World Cup champion, a man who's been on our screens for the best part of 20 years now. Up against Jared Cole, who really burst through at the seams, didn't he, as a youth player, became a popular addition when this was a darts from home competition. Played very well when it was darts from home in a baking hot conservatory. And the chef then turned his hands to the Tungsten in Southampton, picking up a title in Ye Olde Livy League as John Henderson hits a maxi to kick off this match.
57. $82. 85.
Jared's only weekly win, which, as I mentioned, came in Ye Olde Livy League
43.
3 years ago. It was in Phase 4, Week 2, beating Richie Burnett in the final.
59.
And that was also a week which Connor Scutt lost in the semi-finals, as did Lee Cox. Jared actually going to make the final of that Champions Week, losing out to
44.
a player that we're going to see in a couple of days' time in Chaz Barstow, who did the double, winning the final week of qualification and winning the Champions Week. And that's exactly what the player that progresses through this week is looking to do.
John, you require
Yeah, I call him
151.
Sleepy Chaz Barstow. Or his new nickname is Fireball, I
57.
believe.
Jared, you require 106.
After a Saturday night out on the England with the England team, Sunday morning was very difficult to get him to
John,
awaken
you require
himself.
94.
I think it's one of those where we'll leave open to interpretation.
What goes on tour stays on tour.
54.
Well, Henderson's left
Jared,
himself
you
on top, so
require
Cole
100.
cannot find the ton here to get the break and open up a 1-0 lead. Tops is what he's looking at. Unable to get, and so Henderson needing just the one of them
60. John, you
to
require
open up a 1-0
40.
lead. One up, one left, and
10.
one wide.
Jared, you require
So,
40.
opportunity knocked here for the king of the castle.
$20. John, you require 30.
He will not be happy with that.
No score. Jared, you require 20.
Come on, lads, who wants it?
Nimus doubles between the pair in this
Yeah,
leg,
so
but
on the
Jared
first
Cole
leg,
eventually
Jared
gets it
Cole.
one on double 10. Almost had a look of embarrassment winning that first leg.
Yeah, he's got to stop this head shaking.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
It's a negative
Game
move on the hockey. Just encourages your opponent.
$96.
Jared, another one of those players that have come in
66.
through the ranks and played through the England youth system and then made it just a couple of weeks ago to
6.
the England adult team, the 12-man team that played in the British internationals. A few of those that have gone through that route now that have played both youth and
140.
adult for England. And I'm sure there's going to be a few more that come through in the same way.
57.
Yeah, 1-1 lost one, didn't he? That particular weekend did Jared Cole.
81.
Spoke about his beaming pride of representing his country.
As a team captain, there are players that you
55.
absolutely love captaining, which is most of them, to be honest. But Jared is one of those that was so into it and so. It was an honour to be his captain. To be honest, it really was. As it is with all the lads, but for different reasons. you know, there's a connection with some of them that you have from years gone by. Some you have no connection at all with until you both wear that shirt. It's a very unique thing playing for your country. It's very unique, and it's not rivaled or even got close to by anything else.
36.
Well, Henderson's going to leave himself on tops again. First to a double for the second consecutive leg. Missed 6 to win leg 1.
140.
And he cannot afford too many more mistakes because Jareth left himself on a double for a 2-0 lead. But Henderson double top to level up
Henderson.
to break back 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's John to the row first. Game on. $43. 134.
And this really is a meeting between two of the game's real good guys.
140.
Yeah, it sure is. John and I go back, way back, and we've been dear friends forever, as have our partners.
60.
So much so that my dear wife was asked to be matron of honour at John and Veronica's wedding, and I'd just been picked for
125.
England as captain, and that was an England Internationals weekend, and I went to John and he said, I know what I'd do if I'd been picked for Scotland as captain and it was your wedding, I would be going to play
58.
for Scotland. So he said, I'm expecting you. So he told me what to do. Didn't give me the option. He just said, no, you go and do what you need to do.
53.
He's one of the most selfless men you'll ever meet. Whenever you spend 5 minutes in John's company, he's always interested. He's always interested in what other people are
139.
doing. He's got this
140.
real nature where whatever room you're in, he always wants to make you feel like the star. And that's regardless of whoever he meets, whether he's
100.
at
Jared
exhibitions, he'll always
110.
make time for people. He'll say yes to every selfie request. There's a lot of people that can learn a lot about the way John Henderson just approaches not just the
70.
sport, but approaches life.
John, you require 40.
Yeah, absolutely. I can shed a bit more light on that.
Game
There
shot
we
on
go.
the third leg.
Yeah,
John
John and
Henderson.
We were at the World Seniors last year, the year that he won it. And we popped off. We didn't
Fourth flag,
plan
it's
to meet
Jared
at
to
the
the
Lakeside
first.
Shopping Centre
Game
up
on.
the road from Circus Tavern, but we ended up meeting there, and we'd both gone for
98.
lunch and something to eat. We ended up going in a coffee shop, having met there and gone there separately. Ended up meeting in a coffee shop, and before we knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. None of us had eaten. We were
57.
just chatting away. We hadn't seen each other, the four of us, for ages, and not putting the world to rights, just catching up with what we've been doing in life and, away from the
134.
dartboard, really. It's never always about the darts with John, but then when he's here, it is serious and focus. But once the last dart was thrown yesterday, he was exactly the same. I didn't have time to go and have a chat with him yesterday. Hopefully I'll get... He's up for that today, and we'll go out and
59.
sit down and grab a coffee and have a chat before I go home.
You've got to learn when to, and it's important for all sports people, isn't it? When to turn the tap on and turn the tap
81.
off. When you're in the building, it's serious business. But once it's job done, you need to find the best way possible to decompartmentalize and just to
60.
forget about what's happened before and learn how to switch off.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. And the ones that get that right
47.
are generally the ones up there at the top
150.
because they're happy in what they're doing. Although the way that the PDC schedule runs at the moment, I just can't see how that top 10 or 12 or 16 are going to not get burnt out. Just can't see it. Having been there myself, not to such a quantity and volume that it is now, but 2015 was an absolute sort of 12 or 13 months of
92.
just solid graft. Good stuff from Cole here.
Game shot.
Yeah,
the fourth
nicely
leg,
finished.
Jared
Squeezed
Cole.
it in the corner. Yeah, and to have the year that I had with that many
Fifth leg,
exhibitions,
it's
I've
John to the
never had them
reverse.
before.
Game
Still having your commitments of playing for your country and having to do the circuit still to sort of, yes, you go back as a world
90,
champion the
sir.
following year, but you want to go back as a seed, and it was just, I was glad to hand the trophy back and almost sort of not win it really, but then I was one of the more busy champions that we'd
59.
had because the previous couple hadn't been around, so I tried to take the trophy from John O'Groats to Land's End, and I didn't quite get it to Land's End. I got it to Red Roof. I got it to John
140.
O'Groats, but I didn't quite get it to Land's End. We ran out of time. Got to Red Roof though in Cornwall.
It's all about diary management, particularly for the
133.
players at the top end of the game, particularly those that are playing in things like Premier Leagues and World Series, and that you've got to play in certain events, obviously, to get your qualification for Minehead and the European Championships.
89.
And I know, particularly the Euro Tour, you don't want to leave fans short-changed, but I think it's picking the right tournaments to play in at the right time, which is why we've seen a couple of Euro Tours where the likes of Luke,
59.
Comfort said, look, I know I've got to play in this, and this at this point, and so I'm not going to overburn myself in this particular competition to chase points, which
99.
I probably don't need because it's not going to overly affect my position in the orders of merit or my position in terms of qualifying for this tournament or that tournament.
And going down the line with
John, you
the
require
World Championship
76.
money being what it's going to be. Single 16 for Hendo then. Double top for a 3-2 lead.
Game shot. The fifth leg.
Finishes
John
it nicely.
Henderson.
Going down the road of the improved pay structure for a few tournaments that are coming up in 2026.
Sixth leg. It's Jared to throw first.
My personal feeling is
Game on.
that is making your Pro Tour points kind of irrelevant for the top players, because unless you want to play in the Players' Championship
96.
and a few others that come through the Pro Tour and the Pro Tour ranking, maybe those are the ones that these top players are now going to have off and not bother with.
93.
Because the things like the Grand Slam and stuff, they will all be qualifying for those by winning certain tournaments, so they won't have to qualify for that. So I can see a change in the
99.
structure of the way that the PDC ranking table is going to work, and how possibly the PDC have seen the burnout situation could happen, and that's why they've changed the rankings to try and make sure that the top sort of 10 or 12 aren't affected.
Certainly an interesting discussion, which I'm sure we will get into the nuts and bolts of as the day goes along. But John Henderson here looking to finish the job off against Jared Cole. He'll feel like he's got 6 starts here from 2-8 for 4-2 win, which would put him on to 8 points in the group. A couple behind Christian Perez, has already slipped up in this round. Cole's not going to take out the 167. And so Henderson is going to get a match-winning opportunity here. Looking at 94, but if he doesn't get Cole is back for double 14. He's going to get 2 in his hand at tops.
74.
It doesn't go, and so Jared has an opportunity to take us all the
28.
way in this contest.
Those 2 trebles from Jared was good pressure from him. Surely off the barrel. Nicely done.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jared Cole.
So 3-3. Hendo has the darts, so he's still the
7
favourite.
from final leg. It's John to throw first.
But it's all on
Game
these first couple of visits. And look at Hendo, the experience shining through here.
123.
Disappointed with the last. Dropped the shoulder, didn't he? Great response, young man. Great response.
Credit here to Jared, because
64.
he could have so easily have just been swept aside by John Henderson in this leg. Oh, hold on. Hold off.
137.
But he's staving off John Henderson here.
Don't say hold on until after the 3. Don't do it after 1.
46.
And I'd have called this one in anyway because you had yesterday's.
Absolutely. Otherwise, I'll have Glendowen on my case again.
136.
You do get excited on a 9-darter, Henry. There's no taking away from that fact.
I get excited over a double one.
140.
But this is a
Jared, you
super last leg
require
from Jared
48.
Cole. 9 darts down to 48. It's been a real good comeback. 14 darter in the previous. Oh, and he's hit a couple of decent darts there, but neither have found the wire.
128 is kind of a bit of a bogey. Does he stay there or does he come out? This is what he's deciding right now. Whatever you do, you've got to decide before you put your foot to the hockey. He decided to stay there. And stay there again.
120.
So
Jared,
pressure
you
now
require
asserted
40.
to this double top for Jared Cole.
He's done very well to keep himself in this contest, and now he has an opportunity to win it. Great first dart, great guide. Utilises it perfectly. And for John Henderson, he'll feel like that's opportunity missed. He saw Christian Perez lose in the previous match, and that's 2 defeats and 2 for the Highlander to kickstart the day. Jared Cole's on the board. He gets his first win, but he needs to pick up a few more to keep himself competitive going into tomorrow's action. For John Henderson, he'll feel like an opportunity's been missed there, and he may well be plotting a path towards Group B as opposed to winning Group A. Coming up after the break, Keegan Brown takes on Lorenzo Pron.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jared Cole got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs of 3. The final game from the second cycle of matches sees Keegan Brown and Lorenzo Pronk go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Lorenzo, an opportunity to go top of the league table. A win here would put him on to 10 points, and he does have a better legs difference than Christian Perez going into this particular fixture. But a win for Keegan would mean that the top 3 would all be prized to within a couple of points, and it would put him back in a really good position to go on and win the group all of a sudden.
First leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
We said at the outset of the day that Lorenzo Pronk could well be a player that's going under the radar, but if he wins this one and goes top of the group, he'll be ill-afforded that particular luxury. But Keegan Brown at points showed some decent stuff against Johan Goldenhoys. But Lorenzo, well, he put in the performance of the first, in fact, the best performance of the day so far. Average of 91.09, 4 from 7 on his doubles to get the better of Jared Cole 4-0. And if he carries on in this particular vein, then he's got every single chance of being the tabletopper come the end of this round of fixtures. And Keegan Brown will be all too aware of what Lorenzo can do. He hit 3 ton plus checkouts, did the Dutchman, against Keegan in this fixture yesterday, including a 130.
99. $140. $60.
Keegan first to a finish in this
100.
opening leg.
Keegan
Lorenzo close by.
164.
Another. Is not located.
124.
Left
Lorenzo,
himself
you require
tops. Lorenzo
153.
needing to find the 153. Could find the 153 if he gets double 18. That's
Shot on the
superb.
first leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
A showstopper from Lorenzo Pronk. A 153. It's the
Second
biggest
leg, it's
finish of the
Lorenzo
week
to
so
throw
far.
first.
And for
Game
Keegan
on.
Brown, he's been broken, and seemingly by his facial expression there, in more ways than one.
140.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Pronk. We shouldn't be surprised. He is the one with the 3 ton plus finishes
97.
yesterday. He opens himself up today with his first ton plus finish of the day with an absolute stonker.
108.
And looks what that's done to his momentum and confidence.
$93. $123.
Well, Pronk's left himself on 58 after just 9 darts. Potential 11 darter here.
137. Lorenzo,
In case you're
require
wondering, that
58.
previous 180 there from Lorenzo Pronk is the 50th of the week so far. Double 10.
38. $92. Lorenzo, you require
2 10s
20.
for 2-0. And Keegan Brown here is being blown away.
Game shot on the
Blown
second leg,
apart by
Lorenzo
Lorenzo Pronk.
Third leg, it's Keegan to
2-0.
throw first.
Lorenzo leads, averaging 107.36. 15 followed by 13. And Keegan Brown is doing a lot good by ways of scoring, but he has not been given an
119.
opportunity to finish a leg off just yet.
$123. $122.
Keegs will be feeling here. He hasn't done a lot wrong. He's cruising around on 101 average, and
He
Pronk is up there on 115.
58.
Just one of them games where you just got to put your hand up and say,
96.
my opponent's just fighting something at a different level right now.
But I think this is being played at a different pace for both of them. This is quite a quicker pace, a much quicker pace than we've seen both playing for most of yesterday.
60.
And they
Lorenzo, you
both seem
require
to be
102.
reacting to it and playing better with it.
82.
Nearly had another ton plus
Keegan, you
from Pronk there,
require
and that would have been a 12
142.
darter.
Pace-wise, they're playing to each other's strengths. Keegan Brown hasn't had a dart and a double yet in this match, and it's going to be one in his hand, a double 14 off the
Games
back
on
of the
the third
142,
leg,
which he
Keegan
gets.
Brown.
What a contest this is.
Lovely stuff from Keegs there.
Fourth flag, it's Lorenzo to throw first.
Both have got a wry
Game
smile. This is a proper tungsten tussle, this one.
58.
Well, if the first few games we saw the players jabbing at one another, these two are hitting the other with haymaker punches right now.
134.
Yeah, they're big long arm punches as well, aren't they? Look, little short jabs.
140.
These are round the world ones that catch you right on the chin.
$140.
And it could have been very easy for Keegan Brown to have felt punch drunk after the first couple of legs. But he's come back
40.
swinging, and it may well be Lorenzo Pronk who's the one now that finds himself on the canvas.
It's just swung the momentum a little bit in Keegan's favour, hasn't
99.
it? But he's got to continue to hit trebles to make sure it stays that way.
48.
And he's got
Keegan,
time
you
and he's got
require
space to level up at
128.
2-2. Lorenzo hasn't really dropped his level. If anything, his average has gone up in terms of numbers. But it's Keegan Brown that's just found a second wind.
56. $140. Keegan, you require 72.
72 for 2-2. Another single 60. Leaves himself double top. Double
Yeah,
top
Charlotte,
found, and
full
it's
flag,
level at
Keegan
2-2.
Brown.
Every single leg in this contest has been
Fifth
won
flag, it's Keegan
in
to the
5
first.
visits. Have a look at
Game
that. 15-13 for Lorenzo to open up a 2-0 lead. Keegan with a 15 and a 15 reply.
99.
These are the games you want to watch.
Well, it's a beautiful hors d'oeuvre for Champions Week next
60.
week, isn't it? The quality and the standard that we're seeing here. And actually, to a certain extent, Champions Week's got a lot to live up to the standard of this week thus far.
58. $35.
And we're asking the question, can it continue at this pace? Can it continue at this standard?
$137.
Keegan Brown is telling us, yes, it can. Lorenzo comes back with more. This is great stuff.
140.
Two players that are just in the
95.
flow at this present moment in time. But it's one of those games you feel like any small slip, just like that last dart from Keegan, is going to be severely punished upon.
123.
Absolutely, they're
Keegan, you
both
require
in the zone.
112. $56. Lorenzo, you require 143.
So Pronk looking at 1-4-3 to get the break and open up a 3-2 lead. Treble 17, not got. And so Brown will come back for
97.
56 to
Keegan,
turn
you
a two-leg
require
deficit
56.
into a 3-2 lead. Double 10.
46.
Doesn't go.
Lorenzo, you require 46.
Break possibility on for Pronk. Did that stop? Did that help him or did that hinder him? Having to stop to see whether that was a 10 or a 6.
37.
I'm going to say it hindered him.
Keegan, you require 10.
Well, this is the first time in this match we've seen a nip and
Edge on the
tuck leg.
fifth leg.
The
Keegan
first two
Brown.
legs were comprehensively won by Lorenzo Pronk. The next two were comprehensively won by Keegan Brown. But the first leg,
Sixth
where
leg,
both
it's
players had
Lorenzo to throw
opportunities come and go,
Game
has
on.
crucially been won by that man in pink, looking very pretty in your picture.
$26.
Yeah, Keegan took a step back there because he knows that he had to be all over this.
96.
And he does get there.
$60. $108.
He's all over it again, Keegan Brown there.
The
Like a rash on a newborn baby's bottom.
134. $46. $81.
Oh, Lorenzo needed that to be another treble.
$87.
And that's a big last start from Brown.
Needs another, you feel.
100.
He's himself on a
Keegan, you
ton,
require
but
92.
feel like it leaves him a little bit behind the 8 ball as Keegan Brown comes back for 92, went the bullseye route. Unable to find anything with either of his first couple of darts, a couple of
34.
wayward darts.
Lorenzo, you require
He's left himself at a
100.
single to double for the match if he returns, but that's dependent on Pronk not taking out the ton. Tops he's looking at, cannot find. And so
6.
Keegan Brown to move
Keegan,
on
you
to 8
require
points and to
58.
deny Lorenzo Pronk the opportunity to go top. It's looking at double top. Now double 10. Doesn't go,
38.
we could be heading the
Lorenzo,
distance.
you require 40.
I'd say we are, and I think the game deserves to go the distance if I'm
Game
being
shot on the
truly
sixth
honest.
leg. Lorenzo Pron.
It's been one of those games. But you don't want it to end. Let's make it a
7th
13
and final
setter.
leg. It's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
How long have you got on your parking, Scott?
Don't worry about parking. I don't mind paying for quality.
59.
Well, if I get a yellow sticker on my car, you're paying for it.
$58. $60. $40. $140.
Nicely done from Brown there. Keegan's heading towards the hills. He's going to have another
99.
visit very similar.
Have to commend Keegan's battling qualities in this game.
140.
Because it could have been so easy for him to have rolled over at 2-0. Lorenzo starting the way he did. Fought back tremendously. And he hopes now that he's broken the back of his
59.
Dutch
Keegan, you
opponent.
require
102
102.
required and plenty of time on his side to complete a 4-3 victory. And it puts him in a very good position in this group. If he can find double 16.
86.
I always feel he rushed that a little bit there, but, you know, with Lorenzo being back on 245.
99. Keegan, you
That's the
require
right thing, though.
16.
All's well, but ends well for
And the
Keegan
match,
Brown,
Keegan Brown.
who fought back tremendously, trailed 2-0 in the contest after a scintillating start for Lorenzo Pron. Legs of 15 and 13 put him 2-0 in front. Keegan Brown found a couple of 5 minutes of his own to level up at 2-2, and then as the game drew towards a close, just found that extra little bit of quality as the tension just began to set in. That the tale of the tape from a tremendous contest, the game of the day so far. Keegan Brown, a 4-3 winner over Lorenzo Pronk. Coming up next, Jared Cole takes on Johan Geldenhuys. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of play on this Tuesday morning before the break. Keegan Brown got the better of Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 3. We've seen a 4-3 win for Jared Cole against John Henderson, and Johan Geldenhuys a 4-1 success against Christian Perez. So that's what's happened so far today. This is how the table looks, really tight now at the top. 3 players separated by just 2 points at the top of it. Christian Perez, 10 points to his name. Lorenzo and Keegan both with 8 points apiece. John Henderson and Johan Geldenhuys back on 6. Jared Cole, bottom of the table, with just 4 points to his name. Right, let's get into the third round then, and we kick off with a meeting between the bottom two, Johan and Jared going head-to-head. But Johan, in his previous matches, you saw on the results graphic there,
Jared to throw first.
did beat Christian Perez by 4 legs to 1. That ended his 5-game unbeaten run here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Jared Cole, though, a morale-boosting victory, decent performance, average of 87. Rallied back quite well against John Henderson, who looked like he was beginning to run away with that contest. Put in a couple of really good legs to finish off from 3-2 behind to complete the 4-3 comeback win. And am I right in saying here, Scott,
96.
that I don't quite know what to make in terms of heads or tails of this match? This could be one of those where you can look at stats till you're blue in the face, but I think these are two players I don't think we'll quite know what happens until we physically see them out there.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, I have to say.
85.
The group has definitely thrown with a bit more freedom today than yesterday. Well, that's how it feels from what we're watching. Whether the stats will say that come the end of the day, only time will tell. But for me, I think everybody's gone away and said, you know what, we're all there, much of a muchness, within 4.5 points in the averages, top to bottom. And we feel that we can all beat each other here. And I think they've all gone away thinking we're all in with a chance still.
108. Jared required 160.
That's forced this 160 to go. And it's not coming to on this occasion. So Gelenho on the back of the max is looking at 70 to get the break of foe and to
70.
open up a 1-0 lead right from the get-go in this game. And he's going to get a dart, a double 16, which he's not going to find.
117.
And it hasn't been his favourite. I would love to know the stats just on that double 16 attempting. Because I think that that's the bit that's actually destroying his double stats overall.
97.
Well, he's going to get 3 more this particular target. Cole missing the tops off the back of the 117. And is duly punished
Johan Geldenhuys.
by Johan Geldenhuys.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on. Well,
his maximum hitting has been absolutely incredible over the course of the week. So far today,
100.
That is his 6th 180. And over the course of yesterday's
Yeah, he had 8 yesterday, Henry. He had 8 yesterday. So, yeah, he's on 14. And when you think usually Hendo's one of the biggest 180 hitters we have here weekly.
100.
And he's a wee bit in front of him. Hendo's on 12. But it just shows he's a bit of a first start merchant. When he gets the first one right,
100.
the next two do duly follow.
Averaging 105 at this present moment in time. Has had a ton-plus average this week, Johan Geldenhuys, but that came in a losing effort at the beginning of his campaign yesterday against John Henderson. But he's got plenty of time and space here to take out the second leg here. I think we're learning as well about Johan is he's the type of player that when an opponent's not on a finish, he's still going to attack the finish any which way.
165. Johan, you require
Super setup work from Jared Cole, and all the good work from Johan could be undone. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, that's a good finish. That is a really nice finish from 68. Under an awful lot of pressure there from Jared Cole. And yeah, that's a tidy finish. Those are the ones as a player you know. You know when that goes in and you walk back, you know that was good. Might only be 68, wasn't 170, wasn't 161, but you just know that that was a as good a 68 as it gets.
Also, he last started him, which is going to hurt even
55.
more if you're Jared Cole.
Yeah, but in that situation, I don't mind a player not going at it full hog with the first start.
125.
You can go at it a little bit apprehensively, feel your way in a bit tentatively. You don't want to hit that treble and then go off and go smack straight into a double 18 or a double 13 below it.
85.
You've got to go with it with an air of caution, making sure that you don't do anything silly, because you can get overexcited the minute that you get in that pressure situation.
96.
Well, this has been a decent riposte from Jared Cole. Maybe looking at what happened in the previous match between Keegan, Brown, and Lorenzo, Pronkers, some kind of situation where Pronk raced clear into a 2-0 lead. Brown kept to a similar stand his opponent was at, leveled up at 2-2 and was able to win out by a 4-3 scoreline. Wants someone for you to leave tops, but the way Dart 1 is, he can see hardly anything of the treble bed.
$56. $60. Jared, you require 124.
So Cole, 124 to bring it back to 2-1. Treble 18. Would have given him a dart at the bullseye.
56.
Johan looking
you
at the big
require
fish to
170.
get the double breaker throw. And this really would be a finish that really would have rattled the cage of Jared Cole. And the 68 that Johan got in the previous
98.
leg is the 68
Jared, you
that Cole's looking
require
at here to
68.
bring it back to 2-1. He goes a different way. And the end result is
52.
different.
Johan,
And
you
the end result could be
require
nigh if
72.
Geldenhuys takes out this 72. 2 in his hand at double 6.
$60. Jared, you
Yeah,
require
maybe went the wrong
16.
way there. Maybe should have gone left. Tried to cut across that first dart.
Game shot on the
Nicely
third
done by
leg.
Jared.
Cole.
Used the angle of his dart. His dart hits the board at a slight angle, and he used the dart there
Fourth
and
leg.
the
It's
angle
Johan to throw first.
to get it back to 2-1. So Geldenhuys is throwing the kitchen sink at Jared Cole, but he's still there at 2-1.
100. $60.
You feel that Jared's just got to get that first dart right on that treble 20. Too often he's underneath, and that's all to do with hand speed and trying to make sure, and you hold on to it just a fraction longer than you usually would when you're throwing with freedom.
$59.
Crucial point in this contest. Cole put it back to 2-1, but Geldenhuys looking to keep a hold of his throw to
131.
a 2-leg gap in this match. Leaves himself on 113. He's got plenty of time to re-establish the cushion which he built up after the first couple of legs.
135. Johan, you require 130. $114.
16 after 12 for Johan. Not too shabby at all.
135. Johan, you require 16.
Averaging in excess of 97 at this present moment in time. Double four has actually been quite kind to him, and it's
Game
kind
shot
to him
the
again
fourth
there.
leg. Johan
Actually, that
Geldenhuys.
northeast side of the board is working okay for Johan. The double 18, the double four, anything around that
Fifth
side has
leg,
been
it's Jared
okay.
to throw first.
And he's opened up
Game
a 3-1 lead here against Jared Cole.
100. 91. $97. $140. 58.
Oh, Johan's taking the darts off of Jared in this leg and will feel like he's at the point where the game may not be too far from his grasp.
45.
But a slip there has reopened the door of opportunity for the king of the castle. Great timing from Jared Cole. His first max of the match couldn't have been better placed. With Johan Gelenho potentially looking to nick his throw to try and win the game 4-1. He's piled in a pressure max, which may have told on the South African, and he's got an opportunity here to reduce the gap back down to 3-2 if he can find double 12.
51.
He can't, and so Gelenho will be back for 160.
160.
Cole will be back for the 15, trying to tidy it up.
$11. Johan, you
Failure
require
to get
100.
means that Johan Gelenho is back for this ton to complete a 4-1 victory.
Had to go tops.
80.
Didn't quite complete it. That first dart, the way that his dart set up, really was risky to go for the second treble. 20. Can he use that dart? Well, that didn't use it to the right effect.
On the fifth leg.
But that is some special dart to get by those first two blockers.
Sixth leg.
I know he hit a
Johan
9-darter yesterday, but that might well be the best dart that Jared Cole's thrown this week.
If he goes on to win, it could well be.
140.
Gelenho back, smashing into that treble. 20.
30.
And that'll be music to his ears after the first Cole visit.
$108.
Yeah, poor visit from Cole. Very well punished by Johan.
Doesn't let despondency creep into his game, does he, Johan Gelenho? If there is a setback, it feels like just a little setback, and he finds a way of recovering situations very quickly.
90.
Needs himself on 91 after 9 to complete a 4-2 win against the king of the castle.
100.
He tried to battle back just like he did in this game against John Henderson, but it looks like it's going to be a bridge too far here. As Gelenho looks at tops for an 11-darter to round it off and to put the cap on what has been a superb display. Average just under 97, 40% on his doubles. It was really assured from the South African, and Jared Cole now has a big gap between himself and everybody else in front of him in the league table. But a really good performance that from Johan Gelenho. A complete display, you could say. 97 average, 3 180s, 40% on the doubles. Coming up after the break, it's Christian Perez looking to get a win against Keegan Brown. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johan Geldenhuys sealed a 4-2 victory against Jericho. Really good performance from the South African. Averaged just under 97, 3-180, 40% when it came to his finishing. We reached the midway point of the session now with a meeting between Christian Perez and Keegan Brown. It's a meeting of England and the Philippines in this one. And for Christian, following defeat last time out against Johan Geldenhuys, he's looking to get back on the winning train. If he loses this one to Keegan, then there's a possibility that 3 players could be tied on 10 points come the end of this round. Keegan could move on to 10 alongside Christian. And then in match number 9, Lorenzo Pronk could move on to that particular mark if he was to get the better of John Henderson. So for Christian Perez, when he won his first game against John Henderson 4-2, it looked like he was building up a bit of a lead, bit of a margin in this Group A. But that lead could be whittled away to naught if he loses this one to the needle.
Yeah, one could say that should he lose this one, he will undo all the good that he did at the start of the day by beating John Henderson, who he felt at the time was his main rival.
$60. $99.
Goes away from the Super Series. Many congratulations to Damon Hetto, who claimed his
41.
first PDC title of 2025 with victory at Players Championship 13 in Rosmarden yesterday. He beat Nathan Aspinall 8-6 in the final to win his 11th PDC career title. 8 months since his last. Beat Andrew Gilding in the semi-finals. Good run for him. Needs a good run somewhere, doesn't he? Andrew Gilding 7-2. Aspinall beat Johnny Clayton 7-4 in the other semi-final. Also good runs for the likes of Karol Sedlacek and Martin Lukman yesterday.
96.
Yeah, Sedlacek has to go down as one of the most improved players over the last 2 or 3 years. I remember watching him in the BDO and playing in the BDO, and he was good, but when it came to the end, he just didn't quite have it there when he got to the doubles. But he's taught himself that, and I've been impressed with what I've seen of him in the last couple of years. He's got a lot of scalps under his belt.
Was very unlucky to lose his tour card at the end of last year, but then won it back quite well. Brown missing 3 darts at a double to get an opening leg break, and he's going to be hopeful here that Christian Perez cannot find this 1-3-4. He's not going to, and so Brown will get 3 more in hand to break right from the very get-go in this contest.
58. Keegan, you require 20.
2 10s for KB. Off the barrel and in, and Brown is one up.
And it's a break a throw, and he will start the next one. So
second leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
He's got a bit to think about.
60.
I think we're going to learn a lot about Christian come the end of this game because he had such a good run towards the end of yesterday. Kicked off today quite well. Struggled in his previous match, and he's not really got out the tracks quickly in this one. It could well be just a little bit of a blip, or it could be the beginning of him hitting the wall. We don't quite know yet. We may find out a lot more answers to a lot of questions come the end of this particular contest.
$100. $96. 100. $57. Christian, you require 161.
For me, Perez has taken the pace out of the game again, which does compromise himself a little bit, but it's compromising Keegan even more.
45.
Keegan likes that quicker pace where he throws him a bit harder, and we saw how impressive he can be last game.
100. Christian, you require 116.
116 here for Perez to level this game up at 1-1.
He's already done a 111 today.
Well, yeah, that was a very kind ricochet,
76.
but he's unable to then pin the top.
Keegan, you require 91.
Could have gone absolutely anywhere, that one. But it was a favourable ricochet. Old school route, bullseye.
66.
Almost.
Christian, you require 40.
For a level match, double 10.
Game shot on the second
And it
leg.
goes,
Christian
level at one
Perez.
apiece. One thing that's very easy to spot from day 1 to day 2, we were waxing lyrical earlier on this morning about
Third leg,
Christian
it's Christian to
Perez's
the very first.
dexterity when it
Game
came
on.
to hitting doubles on a regular basis. Well, that radar's just been shut off a little bit more today. He's missing more opportunities than he did on Monday, which is why his opponents are seemingly getting a little bit more joy
100.
against him.
$53. $100.
Being much more deliberate this game, isn't he, Perez?
$100.
I know this ain't his best numbers in this game so far from Keegan, but I just get the sense that he's in a very good place with things right now. I'd say so far for Keegan, even though we've not seen him reach that really top level. I know he averaged 91 in the previous match. But what we're
58.
seeing is a real calm, composed, professional job right from the very first dart from him. Has Keegan upgraded his glass?
135.
Is it like when you go to McDonald's and they say, you can upgrade your Diet Coke for an extra 40 pence?
He definitely has supersized his glass, hasn't he?
15. Christian, you require 66.
To avoid the Hendo Gate situation.
Double 18.
Game shot on the third leg. Christian
2-1
Perez.
Perez. Well, if Rob Cross ever plays here, we'll probably just have to get him a picture.
Fourth leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
Just a
Game on.
whole jug to himself. Nonetheless, Keegan finds himself 2-1 behind.
57. $96. $134.
There it is. The oversized glass.
Not sure you'd want to be Keegan's bladder if games go 4-3, mind.
$26.
So an opening here for Brown.
100. $60. 134.
Nice switch to the 18s there.
$140. Keegan, you require 76.
So 6 darts here from 76. And the treble 16 leads himself double 4.
68.
Clips the wide. He's going to come back for 3 more.
Yeah, touch unfortunate there. Couldn't have got any closer if he tried.
$140. Keegan, you
Decided to go for
8.
pressure rather than a shot he wasn't happy
It's
with.
on the 4th flag. Keegan Brown.
It didn't work. Brown gets it 2-2.
5th flag. It's Christian to throw first. Game on.
If that goes 4-3, that whole glass is going.
$100.
If you're in Perez's shoes here, you really want to
$55.
win this hole to throw and put the pressure back on Keegan Brown to hold his in leg 6. What you don't want to be doing is throwing stray darts here and allowing Brown to get a foot in the door.
$125.
Well, Perez knows that all he has to do is do his job on his throw in this match, and that's what he's trying his best to do. But if Keegan Brown is going to keep hitting 180s like that, then it might be an easier said task than completed task.
$100.
Just the one trouble there has opened up the door for Keegan.
$170.
Super visit from Keegs. Just what the doctor ordered.
Well, Brown leaving himself on 92 after just a dozen darts to get the break and open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. He's going to have to take it out because that 140 there for Perez has left himself with a double after a dozen. He's going to get 1 at double 16. He doesn't get. And so Perez has got 3 in his hand to move 3-2 in front.
I'll just say the same face as Keegan area commentary box. That was very tight indeed. Touch unlucky, and when it left his hand, he knew it had a chance. Perez will be looking to give him a chance here.
Game shot
And he does second dart.
Christian Perez.
Nicely done from Perez.
6th flag. It's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Leads 3-2. Now you're probably wondering what that little tub is to the
134.
side of the stage. Now, that's a tub filled with wax, and basically he puts the wax on his hands to just help with his grip.
$60.
Yeah, there are many types of products you can use on your hands, like a rosin bag, just to take the dust, the sweat away with a little bit of dust and make it stick. Some people use a chalk bag, which is very similar to the rosin bag, but a little bit more aggressive than a rosin bag is. You just squeeze a rosin bag, it takes the sweat off your hands. Whereas the chalk bag tends to leave a residue a little bit more. There are these waxes as well that help you grip. Lots of players use wax. Scott Waits uses a little lump of wax that he carries in his pocket. So players have varying ways of getting over the issues of heat in these locations. We all have these space age shirts where the air froze through them and everything, but yet we're all 6 stone overweight. So we do kill off the idea of the object. But there we go. That's just us.
59.
Yeah, gone are the days of Paul Nicholson wearing a shirt and tie on the stage.
Indeed. I remember when he was Australian, you know.
100. Keegan, you require 164.
I'll let you discuss that one with him. 164 for Keegan. Another one of them. Doesn't have to go for the ball.
123.
As I say, didn't have to go for the ball.
Got a 25% chance of leaving a double, so it's been unfortunate this time, but 41's nice. Gives him options.
$58. Keegan, you require 41.
To take us all the way, and it'd be the third match which has gone the distance in the last 4.
25.
Doesn't go, but Perez
Christian,
needs
you
a spark if he's to win the game
140.
here and now. But he may find the spark. He's not going to find that flashy finish to the game that he wanted and perhaps needed there.
100. Keegan, you require 16.
Yeah, Keegan's heart would have gone up a couple of beats per minute there. Seeing Perez hit.
No score.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Christian, you require 40.
It's rushed. It's now Perez for the win. It looked unlikely just 2 throws ago.
To get him back to winning ways. Double 10. Double 10 is found for Christian Perez to complete a 4-2 win against Keegan Brown. It puts him back to the top of the table and it re-establishes his 4-point buffer at the top of this Group A. A 4-2 win for Christian Perez. He knows that he had to work harder for that at times, and perhaps he should have. Keegan Brown fought back valiantly, but 12 missed darts and a double is undoing in the end. Coming up after the break, Lorenzo Pronk takes on John Henderson in the final game of the third round of fixtures.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20, he went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series. For the break, Christian Perez sealed a 4-2 victory against Keegan Brown. Our 9th game, the final match from the 3rd round of fixtures, is a meeting between Lorenzo Pron and John Henderson. Henderson, who began the day with realistic ambitions of going on to win the group. He played Christian Perez in the opening match, went down 4-2. He hasn't won a game so far today, and he finds himself languished now in 5th position of the group. He's looking severely in front of him to see Christian Perez now 6 points behind him at the top of the group. It's going to be a lot of work from this point onwards for the Highlander to try and arrest the situation in this Group A. It may well be a case of damage limitation for the former world seniors champion for the rest of the group to try and ensure he plays the night session in Group B and C, give himself the best opportunity of qualifying through to Saturday night from that particular group against Lorenzo Pron, who is seemingly now looking like the closest contender to Christian Perez in terms of challenging to win the group.
Yeah, fair statements there, Henry. I think we always describe Tuesday as a moving day, but for Hendo, it's going in the wrong direction, isn't it?
80.
Yeah, he's sliding down the ladder very, very quickly as the
93.
Highlander. Could just do with a win to arrest that particular slide.
140.
Unfortunately, there leaves himself in a decent position in this first leg, which is very much open for interpretation. Maybe not now, as Lorenzo piles in the game's first maximum.
$59. Lorenzo, you require
Frustrated
42.
look there on Henderson's face.
Tops are now 10s. 10s
32.
doesn't go.
John, you
And so
require
Henderson looking at 122 to get the breaker throw and to take out the opening leg of the contest. Treble AT leaves the bullseye. Doesn't go, and so Pronk will be back for 2 5s
90.
to take
Lorenzo,
out
you
the opening
require
leg of this
10.
contest. Free for double one. Double one
score.
not got, and for John
you
Henderson, this
require
is a bit of a free
32.
here because he probably would have expected this leg to have been in the ledger of Lorenzo Pronk as soon as the maximum was hit.
Yeah,
But he's
John,
pinned the
first
double
leg,
16
John
first
Henderson.
dart to get a breaker throw, which will hurt Lorenzo tremendously.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $27.
Not quite the opening visit that Hendo would have been looking for, having broken the throw,
108.
but punished severely by Pronk.
$81. $60. $41. $81. $140. $115.
Recovery there from Pronk. He's going to have to weather the storm.
108.
As Hendo, it's his first 180 of the match to leave himself sat on 32.
Double top, missed 4 darts to win leg 1, but he isn't going to miss 1 to win leg 2. 14 darter, and Lorenzo Pronk levels us up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. $100. $45. $55. $108.
Well, that 180 number 2 for Henderson. 4 in this game. Actually, sneaky 4 maxes so far in just leg 3 of the contest. This has been sneakily good. And I think that's mainly because
41.
neither player are really giving too much away, being played at a decent pace, at a decent standard. And actually, they're kind of downplaying what actually has been quite a high-quality contest thus far.
Teetering around that 90 average again, isn't it?
65. $81. John, you require 170.
So 170 for Henderson. He's got the first treble. Couldn't find the second, and so Pronk will be back for 95 to open up a 2-1 lead.
134.
Yeah, the 170 been hit 6 times here at the Live Lounge by Scott Taylor.
$38. John, you require 36.
Bit of anguish there while trying to go for the big 18 and missing.
On the third leg, John Henderson. Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Henderson gets the break. He opens up a 2-1 lead and now looking to really take control of this contest.
140. $140. $60. $40.
Well, something you want, that big bounce out as a dart player in this situation.
$60.
Hendo blocking the treble with his first two. Tried to flight one over the top. Didn't quite go.
45. $100. 119. John, you
Response
require
that from
141.
Lorenzo, but could John Henderson provide a bit of a shock to the system if he could find the 141? Not to be on this occasion.
66. Lorenzo, you require 157.
John 19. Would have given him a dart at tots for the 157, and that would have
97.
eclipsed his
require
153 he had
75.
earlier on today for the biggest finish of the week from any player.
Yeah, still been a bit of a showstopper, wouldn't it? So double 12 coming in for Hendo.
63.
Came in
Lorenzo, you require
too
60.
far.
Double top to level back up.
20.
It's not got, and so Henderson's
You
going to have three in
require
hand here
12.
at double six to open up a 3-1 advantage and to put himself one away from a victory which will get his day up and running.
Yeah,
Double
John, the
six has
full
found
flag.
no
John
mistake,
Henderson.
no problems for John Henderson.
Very much being made to work hard for it.
Fifth flag. It's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
You never really know with Hendo. He doesn't give a great deal away.
140. $81. $100. $108.
Well, that fitted inside a polo mint for John Henderson. Max number 5 of the match.
140.
Yeah, needed it to keep in touch in case Lorenzo did anything silly like do a 180 of his own.
140. Lorenzo, you
Lorenzo's been
require
forced to take out this
121.
1-2-1, sorry, shall I say, because Henderson's on a ton. It's double 14. It's not there.
107.
And so John Henderson
require
to
100.
complete a 4-1 victory to get his day up and running in terms of points to the total. Looks at double top. And that's an
Headshot and
11
the match,
darter to
John
round it
Henderson.
off for John Henderson. A ton checkout, a superb performance. He's been brewing up to a victory all day and he's finally got one under his belt. John Henderson, a 4-1 victor, average of 96.35 in the end. Really good display, much improved in terms of performances. 3 180s in there, 4 from 6 in terms of the doubles. An all-round polished display from the Highlander. Coming up after the break, Christian Perez takes on Jared Cole as we begin round number 1. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Perez! Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Henderson got the better Lorenzo, Pronk by 4 legs. Well, that completed round number 3 of the day. This is how the table looks come the end of it. Christian Perez, who you saw warming up in your picture there, is top of the table. He's about to take on the man at the bottom of the pile in Jared Cole. Perez has a 4-point lead from 4 other players in the group. And so, really, everybody in that practice room is willing Jared Cole on to victory in this one, because if he can, then it could well be a bit of a scramble as we go into the final game of the day. So Perez and Cole, game number 10 of 15 that we're bringing to you live here on Pluto TV. And then we will conclude Group A tomorrow, 9:30, same time, same place. And then Group C and Group B will be your Easter darting menu for you on Thursday and Friday. You can prepare for the beginning of the long bank holiday weekend on Thursday. There's from 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock. And then we have Good Friday darts for you here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 1 o'clock, 10 o'clock for that. Easter Saturday, we'll have the finals.
Game on.
And then we're going to have Easter Sunday off. We're allowed the odd day off, aren't we, here and there, Scott Mitchell? I'm going to have a beautiful roast dinner on Easter Sunday, and then we're all going to get ready for Champions Week on Easter Monday. Once we're filled up with all the chocolate one could want, and maybe feeling a little bit sickly on the Monday, we'll be back here for the beginning of Champions Week. And of course, you can watch some of the best stuff on the 24-hour Pluto TV channel. I'll tell you what, I'm trying to think, is there any Easter-themed dart players? Oh, Johan Ekstrom.
I think we're clutching at straws here.
Yeah, I think we are, yeah.
100.
My very, very wise producer in my ears just said Adam Easter egg hunt.
60.
Closest I can do, we had a fella in our league used to be called Paul Rebetts, and we used to call him Bunny. So I suppose that's Easterish, but nobody else knows him, so pointless to say it.
Jared's last name is what I used to get for Christmas every single year.
125.
Don't go down that. We used to be poor route. We couldn't afford salt and vinegar for our fish and chips. We had to put dust on ours. It's the only flavouring we could afford.
58. 58.
Jared here, look at it. 1-2-4 to get the breaker throw in the opening leg of this contest.
96.
Looking to put a bit of a spanner in the
124.
works of Christian Perez here. And looking to provide what would be another upset for him. Beat John Henderson earlier on today. That was a little bit of an upset victory when you consider the path
Christian
both players
require
plotted prior to the game
130.
getting underway. And he's looking to put another blot in the path of Christian Perez, who's looking at 130 here to save his throw.
Another one of those
Charge
big
required,
bouncers for
26.
Perez.
Double six.
Game shot on the
Found
first
last
leg.
start, and Jared
Cole.
Cole gets an opening leg break.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. $85.
I've got another one for the awful puns, Easter egg puns, by the way. And it's the worst one I'll ever do, and I'll shut up for the rest of the leg once I've done.
Only if you promise.
Promise. Rabbit Thornton.
100.
Yeah, that's not bunny at all. Hair today, gone tomorrow.
45.
I can't believe we missed Matthew Egger.
I think we better get back to the darts, don't you?
Agreed.
100.
And you can get in contact with us as well if you've got any suggestions. We probably won't read them out, but you can get in touch nonetheless.
You know you'll steal them if they're good.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, there'd be
59.
plagiarism everywhere. Let's not disguise that. Anyway, Jared leaving himself on a finish after 12. Kind of doing what he needs to do at this present moment in time. Although that 140 from Perez makes this leg a little bit more interesting. He's really struggled to get out the gate here as Christian. And Jared, although not playing at his highest level, has just been able to settle a little bit quicker.
97. Christian, you require 116.
Are we saying that Perez may be struggling a bit with the fact that he's the leader of the group?
I don't know. I really do not know. All I do know is he's left double 18 here for the 116. Pins it
second leg.
and gets
Christian
us back
Perez.
to an equal kilter. And that felt like a left hook followed by a right hook
Third
for
leg,
Jared
it's
Cole.
Christian to throw first. Game on.
But one thing Christian Perez does have is timing. 140 followed by a 116 out when it looked like he was on the cusp of going 2-0 down in this match.
100.
We asked the question, is he feeling the pressure? Well, shots like that suggest that maybe he's not.
140. $60. $108.
Timing, Jared. Timing.
This game is all about time, isn't it? And timing things to perfection.
There are better times to hit a 180 than others. All that, there's no good
60.
time. That's a good time. That's when it's not on your throw. Any 180 when you're not got the start, dead handy.
60.
Well, it goes back to the whole Animal Farm phrasing, isn't it? Where all 180s are equal, but some 180s are more equal than others. They all correlate to the same points, but they have a different meaning at a different time.
58. Jared, you require 121.
Yeah, they definitely do.
And Jared, well, he's got nothing but time in this leg.
89.
Leaves himself on double 16 after just a dozen darts to open up a 2-1 advantage in the contest.
$26. Jared, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Jared Cole.
Yeah, 2-1 lead now to Jared.
Fourth leg. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
So Jared's now developed a way of delaying himself a little bit to the oche.
85.
Christian has taken the pace out of this game fairly well. By changing the pace of his approach to the oche. Being a little bit slower in than usual. Not so much to do with the pace of the throw. Not so much to do with the pace of going away from the board.
140.
Jared wins this game. He may see a bit of a flicker of hope, particularly in terms of qualifying through Group B. I think winning Group A now is out of his reach. And if he wins this game, he's 6 points off Christian, and he's got 6 games left. I just think that would be a stretch too far, particularly when a lot of players close by. But what he can do is put himself in the mix, potentially for a Group B spot, but he'd have to win some games big towards the latter end of the day going into tomorrow just to cut the gap
85.
in terms of the legs difference at this present moment in time. If he was to win this game by leg, he'd be on 6 points minus 12. To put that in comparison, the player in 5th position has the next worst legs difference is Johan Gelenho on minus 3.
60. $47. Christian, you require 167.
Perez 167 for 2-2, not to be, and so Jared Cole will come back. Look at a 144 to stretch his advantage to 2.
Jared, you require 144.
If he can't get it, he'll just be looking to leave it handy, and that's done that already. Oh, and that's finished it nicely. 36 left for
Christian, you require 107.
Cole, double 18. So pressure on the 107 for the table topper, Perez.
Cole back for 36.
When he came in there, I had to put my thumb up to check he was moving up against the screen.
75. Jared, you
Took
require
some time
36.
to come in there.
This comes from the Usain Bolt of pace, Scott Mitchell.
18. Christian, you require 32.
And it looks like Perez is getting right back into this game. Yeah, better to miss that double 18 on the outside first dart.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Christian Perez.
Back level we are at 2-2.
5th flag. It's Christian to throw first. Game on. $60. 100.
Well, the stage is set here at the Modus Live Lounge. It's very quiet now,
80.
but when it gets to Saturday night, it can get quite raucous in here.
$25.
Other crisps available on the market.
Well, tickets are going like hot potatoes, aren't they? Champions Night next week is a complete and utter sellout. So if you're thinking of being here, well, don't bother because you're not going to get in. Unless you bought a ticket, of course. Live on Pluto TV next Saturday night from 7:30.
Or unless you're a pigeon. We've had a couple of those come in the past here at the Live Lounge on the cold wintry nights.
I'll never forget the day where somebody opened the door, it managed to get in, and we had to get you to remove it from the premises.
I removed it. I've done it twice, actually.
100.
Adam Lipscomb was in here thinking that there was no way I had the pace to catch a pigeon. Wow. There hasn't always been a little and an oldies and a supermarket near my house. But yes, caught and released back outside.
$43. Jared, you
Cole
require
here.
151.
151. He'll feel like he's got 6 from here to open up a 3-2 lead. He's going to be hopeful that Perez doesn't take out the 161.
91. Christian, you require 161.
Jared's doing all he can here. Again, he keeps asking the questions of Perez. Not to be this time.
78.
And the last start was a bit
Jared,
of a
you
shocker
require
for him.
60.
So, single 20 here for tops for Jared Cole. Done the first bit right. Almost threw it as a flatty.
Game shot
Yeah,
on the
nicely
fifth
done.
leg, Jared Cole.
Yeah, he attempted the flatty with the first one, did Jared. So that's something he's obviously been working on. Because
Sixth
you could
leg,
see
it's
the
Jared
angle of
to
the
throw
second
first.
dart when it pitched next to the first dart.
Game on.
So it was a purposeful flatty. Well done, JC. Very nice indeed.
And now looking to kick on with the darts in his hand to claim a 4-2 win. Averaging here in excess of 9. It's been a tidy performance so far from Cole.
And the average of Perez being just shy of 80 would
121.
suggest that it's more Perez hanging in there rather than playing well in this one for him.
108.
Ole, 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 ole. Showboat Cole. Appreciated there by Perez.
Great. I know what's going to happen on the car journey back to the train station tonight.
58.
Indeed. If he'd done that to me, the only fist I'd have been putting up. Never mind.
58.
Yeah, I had to turn the music up in the car last night. I had enough of him talking about the 9 dart for the 15th time. Anyway, 128 for the match.
It'll be the first number on his lottery ticket this week. Will 9
140.
and 2 because he's got 2 of them.
128.
Looking for the 128 to get the job done. He's going to do it in some style if he can find the 2 treble 16s and the double.
96.
It wasn't far away.
I think if he'd have hit that one, that would have overtaken the show reel of the 9 dart that he put on his social media last night.
$135. Jared, you require
So
32.
double 16 for the match for 4-2 win. He'll put him back within contention as far as the Group B spots are concerned. And it would be a second defeat for Christian Perez today. He's hopefully waiting in the background, and his opportunity has come. And he's going to get a chance here, Christian Perez, to take this game all the way to a last leg decider. Cole has spurned 4 match darts. And he may be made to rue for that mistake, because Perez pins the double 16. The target Jared missed 4 at to win the match. It's the one that sent it all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Christian to throw first. Game on. $81. $93. $100. $58.
Well, I know it's close to Easter, but it feels like Jared may need to find a resurrection act here. But you could have put your house on Christian Perez having some kind of response. And the response has been very, very good.
60.
It feels like this would be a burglary job should Perez finish this off. Jared missing 3 darts, 18s and 9s, and 3 darts at
60.
double 16. It's very hard to not be stood there thinking, I should be gone from here, we should be done.
108.
Oh, timing once again
Christian, you
from Jared Cole.
60.
So then Perez, 160 for the match. He's found the first treble, and that's perfectly sat for the second to join. Jared Cole sinks to his haunches. He could be sunk if Perez finds tops. He gets the tops. What a comeback from Christian Perez. He was 3-2 down. He had 4 darts against him to lose the match, and then pins a 160 in the last leg to win it. And that could just be the get-out-of-jail-free card he needed. That could be the moment that swings this group in his favour. For Jared Cole, that's the game that got away. But for Christian Perez, that could be the moment that vaults him through to Saturday night. He has a 6-point lead temporarily at the top of the table, courtesy of that comeback win, courtesy of a couple of ton plus checkouts. Coming up after the break, Johan Goldenhoist takes on Lorenzo Pronk. Welcome back to Pluto TV, where before the break we saw a marathon match here at the Super Series. Christian Perez getting over the line against Jared Cole in 7 legs. That moves him temporarily 6 points clear at the top of this Group A table, ahead of a meeting here between Johan Geldenhuys and Lorenzo Pron. And one thing will be guaranteed come the end of this one: the 6-point lead will turn into a 4-point lead for Christian Perez. And it will be from a couple of players, because the winner of this one will move in 4 points. The winner of Brown and Henderson will move in 4 points. And the final round of the day will see Pronk take on Perez, Cole take on
First
Brown.
leg, it's Johan to throw
Henderson
first.
Take on
Game
Geldenhuys. So it's going to be the South African to get us underway. So far today, a 4-1 defeat to Keegan Brown, a 4-1 win against Christian Perez, and a 4-2 victory against Jared Cole. His best performance coming last time out, averaging 96.98. And perhaps his key strength has been his power scoring. His 180 hitting has been superb today. He's hit 3 180 in each of his previous couple of games. For the session so far, Geldenhuys, he's had 7 180s.
Yeah, the travelling has been pretty impressive.
26. $108.
And another one to the collection. That number 8 for Johan Geldenhuys.
100. Johan, you require 121.
Just clips the other side of the treble 17.
45.
We'll come back looking at 76. Lorenzo 240.
134. Johan, you require 76.
Double 8. And now double 4.
68.
Not to be.
Lorenzo, you require 106. 66. Johan, you require 8. Game shot on the first
Double
leg.
4 foul for Johan
Geldenhuys
to take a 1-0 lead in this match.
Second leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. $60. $45. $140.
All of this week's action building up towards a Champions Week crescendo next week. If you are tuning in and you're not watching all the time, first of all, where are you? Where have you been? These are names of players that are into Champions Week so far. Alex Small, Jensen Walker, Sam Spivey, a.k.a. Spivey Man. Back-to-back 180s between the pair. Shane McGurk, Reece Robinson, Scott Campbell, Derek Coulson, Devon Peterson, Mervyn King, David Davis, and David Evans.
So you require 121.
Plus one of the 12 players
96.
we have on show this week.
And you require 136.
Looks to be really hot and up as a good week. As a good Champions Week, and I'm looking forward to doing the first few days.
120. Lorenzo, you require 25.
So tight for Johan, but he offers up an opportunity
Second leg. Lorenzo
to Lorenzo, and Lorenzo needs no second
Third leg.
asking.
It's Johan to throw first.
Super stuff
Game
from
on.
him.
There we are, one apiece. In fact, I'm just having a look at the list of players that run us up
140.
in weeks. And that would be a decent Champions Week in itself.
58.
Adam Savada, Adam Mould, Ronan McDonough, Danny Van Tripe, Kurt Parry, Peter Achuri, Martin Turner, Andreas Harrison, Steve West, Jimmy Van Schie and Steve Beaton. That in itself would have been a good Champions Week lineup.
Yeah, sure would. That's just where we are with this Super Series at the moment. This is what we're producing. This is what's happening here. The players get their invites and they produce.
Not sure runners-up week will have the same ring to it.
100.
Hey, we're always looking for new weeks. Why not have a runners-up week?
134.
Turn one of them into a
require
winner.
161.
Bit like the plate competitions that you have in your local comps. Gelenho will go for the ball. And will get the ball. And that is the biggest finish of the week. And that is the biggest highlights of Johan Geldenhuys's Super Series campaign. The 1-6-1, and he let out a big celebration. And he leads this game by 2 legs to 1.
35.
Well, it's a sign that he feels that he should have had the leg before, isn't it? He should be... He was disappointed. You could see the look on his face where he missed the 136. And then goes and converts a 161. Maybe had he converted the 136, the 161 wouldn't have come. You never know with this game.
125.
But what I will tell you is these two are thrown with plenty of freedom.
$100. 58. $140.
Johan here averaging in excess of 106. This is a really good display. This is a really good match. And this 106 on the back of a 96 in his previous game. He's getting better and better as the games go along on this Tuesday. Better and better as the week goes along.
140. Johan, you require 116.
He's 116 points away here from the break of the 3-1 lead. He took out the 161 in the previous leg, but he's not going to invert the numbers the other way round here.
42. Lorenzo, you require 60.
So to level it up then at 2-2.
40. Johan, you require
he thought it was there. It was
74.
hidden behind the flight. The angle of it, he thought it was home and dry. Now 2 at double 16 for Johan.
42.
And once again,
Lorenzo, you
he's
require
right on
20.
the wire. That's been his day down there at double 16 today.
Game
So
shot of
Pronk
4
looks
flag.
at double
Lorenzo
5. He
Pronk.
gets the double 5 and he squares this game back up at 2-2.
5th flag. It's Johan to throw first. Game on. $140. $140.
Now, I know there may be issues in terms of practicalities and things like that, but I'm looking at Johan Geldenhuys in a similar way to, say, for example,
91.
an Andreas Harrison, which we knew was a player that had talent, but maybe it took him a couple of goes, a few experiences here to really click and get things right as Lorenzo pins his second 180 of the game. I think Johan's one of those players, if we can get back here time after time after time, I think he's going to be somebody that we see at the sharp end of this. Because he's got talent in an abundance.
70th 180 flies in for the week.
57. Johan, you require 90.
I think you're right. I think both these guys could be that person.
Game shot on the 5th flag. Johan
Oh, he is
Geldenhuys.
him, all right. And he really is beginning to flex his muscles, quite literally, Johan Geldenhuys.
It's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
A double-double moves him 3-2 up with a 12-dart leg.
96. $95.
I think Johan's line of thought here, he's trying to gap himself from the other
81.
4 below him. And Lorenzo is the first one below him. So he's trying to gap him.
100.
Perez going to be a situation in a situation with this group where everybody else is scrapping about under him and he can just sort of like do his own thing there at the top. So we'll come into
46.
the last day. So we're needing a couple of wins and he'll be home and dry. Who knows? We'll know more by the end of the day, but it's starting to feel like that situation for me because everybody else under him are beating each other.
$108.
Well, that's 180, number 4 of this match for
102.
Johan Geldenhuys. He's at least 3 in each of his last 3 games. And that could be the maximum which sees him on the cusp of victory. Averaging here in excess of 104. He averaged 102 in his opening match yesterday, but lost it to John Henderson 4-2. But he's looking to wrap this one up with a big performance and a big average. In the end, it's 104.4, and Johan Geldenhuys has really announced himself as a Super Series mainstay. He looks really, really acclimatised to this environment now. We saw some big celebrations, we saw some big scoring, we saw some big finishes. Everything about it was big from Johan Geldenhuys. He beats Lorenzo Pron by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to kick off the final round of kick of King Brown against John Henderson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Double 10. The wild card is the ace in the pack.
Series 10, Week 1. It's the wild card. Alex Moore.
Yeah, Champions Week is upon us this time next week here on Pluto TV. Gets underway, bank holiday Monday, 9:30 a.m. here on Pluto TV. Right, let's get into the cuts of Game 12. It's a meeting between Keegan Brown and John Henderson. Before the break, what a performance. Performance of the week from Johan Geldenhuys. 104.4 average, 4 180s, 4 from 10 on his doubles. Also had a 161 checkout in beating Lorenzo Pron by 4 legs to 2. And now puts himself in a position where he is second in the group. 10 points to his name. He's going to be overtaken, come what may, by the end of this one with Keegan Brown and John Henderson going head-to-head. They will move on to 10, and they both have a better legs difference than Johan Geldenhuys. But what he is doing, Johan,
First
is
leg,
putting
it's
himself in a
Keegan to
very
throw
good
first.
position going into the end of the
Game
day. His final match is against John Henderson, a repeat of that superb opener to yesterday's action. But for Keegan Brown, so far,
140.
so good as far as he's concerned today. He's beginning to make a bit of a push. He's won
108.
2 out of his 3 games, but John Henderson is in no mood to mess around.
No, he's not.
140.
Just before the game started, they both waved up at me. John with his little glass, Keegan with his big glass.
55.
Yes, Watergate Volume 2. And John Henderson being
57.
found guilty of a crime that he didn't even commit. If anything, he was a darting version of Robin Hood. Taken from his glass and pouring into Keegan's glass.
58. Keegan, you require 164.
I don't know who would give out such an accusation. Have one of them. We'll never know if he went for the bull or not.
92. $121. Keegan, you require 72.
Double 4
Game shot on the first
is found
leg.
for Keegan Brown to take out the opening leg of this contest in 15 darts.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Big glass, little glass.
60.
Wasn't that a Blondie track? Was it Wall of Glass, Made of Glass, Heart of Glass? Can't remember what it was called, but it was something to do with glass.
Heart of Glass.
That was it.
On the Parallel Lines album, came out in 1979, I believe.
81.
See, we needed you for the music round at the quiz yesterday.
You only had to ask. I was playing in the cup final last night. No, couldn't do it.
60.
Just casually stick that in there.
Well, and we won it 7-2. Not a problem.
24.
Got to be winning somewhere, haven't I? Just got to be trying to win somewhere.
Winning is an infectious disease.
88. $59. $42. $100.
Time for Henderson, but Keegan Brown here, very much pressing on the door for a break of throw in this second leg.
139.
Picks off a second treble to leave himself on 72 to get said confirmatory break.
60. Keegan, you require 72.
He's playing well here, Keegan. And he's
Yeah,
got
he's on
a
the second
two-leg
leg.
lead to
Keegan
show
Brown.
for it. 93-94 the average after a couple of legs. That's equivalent to 2-16 darters, 2 for 2 on the
Third
doubles.
leg, it's Keegan
And
to
he's
throw
2-0
first.
to the good against
Game
John
on.
Henderson, who is having a very, very frustrating day out there.
96. $95. $137. $95. $98. $125. Keegan, you require 170. $96. $140. Keegan, you require 74.
Unusual for Hendo to try and fill a shot like that up.
54. John, you require 46.
That'll be 10 or a 6 for Henderson here, surely. Will he go 14 for 32? Looking at 10 or a 6. It's a 6 for tops.
26. Keegan, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Keegan Brown.
Fair play to Keegan Brown, taking advantage of opportunities missed from John Henderson, who moves 3-0 to the
Fourth
good.
leg, it's
Those
John
first
to
couple of
throw first.
opportunities John's had in the
Game
whole
on.
game at a double, was unable to take it. And now he's going to have to rally off 4 on the spin if he's going to get anything from this game.
78.
And for Keegan, he's probably looking at this running now. If he could beat John Henderson, he could beat him quite quickly. Then his last game's against Jared Cole, who
81.
is a solemn figure at the bottom of the table in his last.
$37. $69. $100.
Yeah, Brown has found a bit of confidence here today, hasn't he? His only defeat so far has been to Perez, who's the table topper.
134.
He looks to have found a comfortable pace in this game again, and I always find that Keegs throws a little
41.
bit better when he's a little bit quicker. Doesn't give himself the time to think.
99.
He's left himself on a finish to round off a 4-0 victory. Henderson needs to find a treble here.
100.
Gets said treble, leaves
Keegan, you
himself on
require
something.
118.
Keegan Brown looking at 118 to get the job done once and for all. Needs to find a way above. Does exactly that. It's double 19 for the match.
80.
And that's a
Only
match
require
start miss for
145.
Keegan Brown.
Not happening this time for Henderson, so
60.
Brown will
Keegan, you
come back.
require
Will he go
58.
straight at it? Does he split it? Looking to split. No,
Next shot,
straight at
and
it.
the match. Keegan Brown.
Nicely done from Keegan Brown. A 4-0 win for him over John Henderson. Keegan Brown with the big glass. Had the big bottle there. Keegan Brown 92.49 on the averages. Hendo a little out of sorts there on 80. But it's 4 from 7 on the checkouts for Brown. We'll be heading into a short break and we go into our last group of matches. And we'll see Lorenzo Pron take on Christian Perez.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 rounds worth of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon, and this is what we've seen. The last round of fixtures saw a 4-0 win for Keegan Brown against John Henderson, a 4-2 win for Johan against Lorenzo Pron, and Christian Perez a 4-3 victory Victor against Jared Cole. Careful, Henry. This is how the table looks. Christian Perez has a 4-point lead from Keegan Brown and Johan Gelenho respectively. Lorenzo Pron and John Henderson on 8. And Jared Cole, well, he is bottom of the table with 4 points to his name. Our first game for the final round of fixtures is a meeting between Lorenzo Pron and Christian Perez. For Christian, an opportunity to move temporarily 6 points clear at the top of the table. But if he loses this one, then he is going to see people potentially
Game on.
in his rear view mirror. Because if he loses this one, he'll stay on 14 overnight. And Keegan Brown and Johan Gelenho will have the opportunities in the last couple of games to reduce the gap back down to 2. But for Christian, yes, he's picked points up today, but we haven't quite seen the same level from him today that perhaps we saw on the opening day's worth of play.
41.
No, well, he's played at a different pace today, and I was quite impressed yesterday, and I was commenting that I'd not seen him play at the pace that was as quick as it was yesterday from him. And he seems to have tailed off a little bit with his whole ball management pace, and I don't think it's helped him.
$140. $108.
Well, Lorenzo Pron is on for a potential 10 data in the opening leg of the match. 121, 180, 180. The perfect start, the nigh on perfect start. Christian Perez piles in the third 180 of the leg.
Required 20.
Well, double 10's not found for a 10 data. And now it's awkward. Picks aside, decides to move to the left. Oh, and I tell you what, he almost found a way through. That was not a bad dart by any stretch of the imagination. And so Perez will come back looking at 140 to get the break and open up a 1-0 lead. Not to be on this particular occasion. And so Pron, 2 5s to take out the opener.
Lorenzo, you require 10. Game shot on the
And
first
2
leg.
5s are found. And Lorenzo Pron opens up a 1-0 lead in this match.
Second leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
Now, my dear friend John Lockin reliably informs me that
108.
Lorenzo Pron plays in a singles league sort of weekly in The Hague, and some of the names that
76.
he plays against every week, Mike Kovalainen and Jeffrey de Swan, all names that you'll know. Jordi Menuis, Marvin van Velzen, Vincent van der Meer, Joey Tenberg, Patrick Decker. So it's easy to see why Lorenzo plays in the way that he does. Because when you're playing those better players in those leagues, and you're going to continue to play well. The better players you play against consistently help you continue. If you're playing a bit of a what's the word? I'll use the Tommy Morris word. If you play in the Jank League, which is one that's not quite such a good standard, and you keep winning and you keep winning, you don't improve. You don't improve. You've got to move on to somewhere where you're being pushed at the level that you play. If you want to raise your levels, you can't sit still, and it's no good saying I'm the 15-time Dog and Duck League champion. You need to win it once or twice and then move on and go and win the Kings and Queens League. You know what I mean? You've got to step up.
96.
And the system in the Netherlands in terms of Super League is possibly one of the best in Europe, where everybody takes part, everybody plays, and the level is so competitive. And some of the venues they use for it as well are way in excess of maybe some of the things that we see here in the United Kingdom.
82. Christian, you require 40.
And in the Netherlands, they do get helped a little bit because the Dutch Darts Federation, the NDB, do get government funding, and so it helps them to then reinvest into venues and infrastructure for the sport.
Game shot on the second leg.
So Perez
Christian
levels it
Perez.
at 1-1. And the other great thing about their infrastructure, they're all under one bonnet. They're all under one banner.
Third leg, it's
It's
Lorenzo.
the same
to
car
throw
that
first.
runs all the darts
Game on.
in Holland. So if you want to play darts in Holland, you have to, whether you're MVG, Vincent van der Voort,
96.
whoever, has to all pay. It's like having a license to play. And so it makes great common sense to run your darting organisation like that. Because these guys, when they're not on
60.
the Pro Tours and the TV, they've still got to play somewhere at times to keep their eye in. So some of them are still playing Super League.
108.
Some of the top names, because they're allowed to play in it. It's a very clever way of doing it.
And there's a very good payoff as well. I've spoken to Marco Meyer about this in the past, and the payoff you get at the end of it, you get a good finals day. You've got other competitions where there's streamed events, there's decent prize money up for grabs. They've got that to a T out in the Netherlands.
And all these
81.
things used to run on what was a county weekend with the BDO in the UK. So they had 9 weekends a year to fill every year.
134.
And their ranking events sort of coincided so that none of the WDF side of things, anybody was treading on anybody's toes. It was very good.
Of course, for them, the big red ribbon event, the Dutch Open, which is
58.
always
Lorenzo, you
very, very
require
well attended.
91.
This is a very, very good performance so far for Lorenzo Pronk. Got plenty of time from this 91 to open up a
41.
2-1 lead in this contest. Leads himself on 50 after 12.
Yeah, I have to say I love the Dutch Open. I really do. If you only go to one Open in your lifetime, make it the Dutch Open.
And it's the only Open in the world I don't need to worry about marking.
84. Lorenzo, you require 50.
Yeah, because losers don't mark the first few rounds out there.
Game shot on the third leg. Lorenzo Pronk. Fourth
Lorenzo
leg, it's
pins
Christian
the
to
double
throw
10
first.
to
Game on.
open up a 2-1 lead in this particular contest.
I have to say, Lorenzo's pedigree has started to shine through more today than yesterday.
81. $40. $85. $40. $100.
Well, we saw Christian Perez tie his shoelace up in the previous leg, and he knows he's got to pull his socks up if he's going to get something back in this match.
$90.
Good use of the bullseye there from Christian Perez.
96. Christian, you require 145. $125.
Good pick up for the last. Perez leaves himself on double 10 to level this game back up at 2 apiece.
115. Christian, you require 20.
Well, what was a positive start for Lorenzo Pronk has just subsided a little bit. Perez looking at double 5. Bends the wire. And
15.
cannot find a way through.
Lorenzo, you
It's
require
a
150.
big shot, but it could be a big moment for Lorenzo Pronk, who's already had the 153 today, but he's not going to add the 150 to the
99.
collection.
Christian, you require 5.
Down to the Desmond double for a Desmond game. The
3.
2-2s will not make it
Lorenzo, you
2-2.
require
And so
51.
Lorenzo comes back. Should be a couple of darts at a targeted choice to move 3-1 to the good. The targeted choice is tops. And the
Get
target
shot on
is
the full
found.
flag. Lorenzo
And that's a
Pronk.
breaker throw for Lorenzo Pronk. And Christian Perez, a dejected figure at the back of the
Fifth flag,
stage.
it's Lorenzo to throw first.
He looks like he's just been stung somewhat.
Game on.
And Lorenzo's going to come back with the darts in his hand to complete a 4-1 victory.
59.
It's always a killer blow when you're feeling odds on for the leg and you don't get it.
$60.
And you can see his whole body language is different here.
$85. $100. $108.
Fourth of the match so far, Pronk. That is some going.
$60.
I think the most 180s by a player in a match here is Mark Dubbridge.
87.
7 in a game. And the most in a match from 2 players is 9. And that was some fella called Littler and Gilliland. Chris.
100.
Whatever happened to him?
Lorenzo, you
Not seen Chris
require
Gilliland in a while.
90.
Nicely done.
Pronk looking at 90 for the match, and he's got plenty of time to plonk it home. Double
54.
18 doesn't go. So this full comprehensive 4-1 victory that opens up the door for everybody
85.
to
Lorenzo, you
scramble
require
for
36.
position in the final couple of games. Double 18 for Lorenzo Pronk. Double 9 is
Get
taken,
shot and the
and he
match,
seals a
Lorenzo
4-1 victory
Pronk.
against Christian Perez, who will have a lead overnight going into Wednesday's action, but it's not going to be as hefty an advantage perhaps as he thought it was going to be at one point during today's play. 4 points clear now, but it could be potentially as skinny as 2 points the gap between him and the player in second place. Coming up after the break, Jared Cole takes on Keegan Brown.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $40. 44. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Well, that'll do. And so will that.
Got out the match! And the Week 2 Modus Super Series Champion, Jensen Walker!
Yeah, Champions Week gets underway Monday morning from 9:30 here on Pluto TV. Jensen Walker was the second name to book his ticket there, and the race here is to see who's going to book the final ticket through to Champions Week, which of course begins at the end of the Easter weekend. It's Cole and Brown to see off their days, the penultimate match of the session here on this Tuesday worth of action. Now, for Keegan, an opportunity to move within a couple of points of Christian Perez at the top of the table after he was defeated last time out. A 4-1 loss to Lorenzo Pron. For Jared Cole, well, it's just not quite gone to plan for him, has it? It's been a case of so far 1 win a day. If he can win this one, then he'll get a second victory,
First
move on to
leg,
6
it's
points. He'll be a
Jared to the
couple behind
first.
John Henderson.
Game on.
But I think already Jared is probably looking at this week and probably looking at an assault at Group C on Thursday and Friday, as opposed to maybe
60.
looking at more loftier ambitions for the remainder of the weekly campaign. As for Keegan, well, we've been speaking about certain players going under the radar, and I think
70,
Keegan's
sir.
been one of them. He's played decent stuff without being spectacular, but what he has done by playing decent is do all the right things at all the right times.
140.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Probably a little bit of everything he didn't do yesterday, But he did have the draw yesterday where he was against the darts 3 times of his 5. So
100.
maybe went under the radar because of that yesterday. But today he's only gone a little bit under the radar where there's been some big scoring, some big finishing.
6.
And maybe forgotten, but I think that suited him. It's only Perez that has turned him over today. And if he comes through this one, a 4 out of 5 day, he'll be more than happy with after yesterday because it really does put him in the mix. And all about his head-to-head then with Perez tomorrow.
60.
Well, it just gives him the best possible chance, doesn't it? We'll delve into where the draw lies for both players in a couple of moments' time.
$140.
This game will be the first match of tomorrow's session. Brown against Cole. Keegan will have the darts in that particular encounter.
99. Jared, you require 41.
Cole looking at 41 to get off to a bright start in this one. Double 16 is what he's looking at.
25.
But doesn't get, and so Brown's got a break opportunity here.
It's going to get a dart if he stays straight. To the right of that one. Oh, perfectly. Well listened, Keegan.
See if he's a commentator, isn't it?
Second leg, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on.
It's like the farmer know what you're talking about, isn't it?
$58.
At this point, I reckon Jared Cole will be happy enough to say, do you know what, let's put the darts down, lads, and get back into the gallery.
30.
This has been a very trying and testing day for him.
It has, but it means tomorrow that he can just let his hair down a bit, relax a little bit, throw with a bit of freedom, and be Mr. Spoiler tomorrow.
108. He. $100. 60.
Is it hard to put your finger on where it went wrong for Jared today?
$61.
It's probably gone wrong for Jared since the 9 dart yesterday, to be fair.
131. Jared, you require 170.
It's been very patchy, hasn't it? The good stuff's been okay.
40.
But
Keegan, you
kind of what we
require
mentioned
96.
yesterday, the B game's just not quite been there for him this week. When he's needed to pull a performance out, when he's not been at his best, he's been unable to get
Jared,
one,
you
to
require
find one.
130.
And he could find himself in heaps of trouble here. But he could get himself out of jail if he finds the ball.
105.
And he wasn't
Keegan,
too
you
far
require
away.
8.
Down for double 2.
4.
Not to be this
Jared, you
time.
require
So
25.
Jared will return. He's already missed 3 darts at a double in this match, including one at the bull. He's going to get 2 more double 12.
Game shot on
Pins
the
that
second
one.
leg. Jared
And
Cole.
levels you devils. 1-1.
His last game he lost 4-3 to Christian
Third
Perez.
leg, it's Jared to throw first.
And he had a 6-point higher average,
on.
Jared, than Perez did. And Perez won 4-3. And he had those 3 darts at double 18 and 9s. And he had those 3 darts at, I think it was 16. And that's probably been his Achilles heel,
36.
particularly today. He's still a young fella. He's still learning.
60.
And the more opportunities like this, the more times in front of the screen, more times in front of the cameras rather than being behind them like he is most of the time,
97.
will be good for him. But you do see it in a slightly different light as sort of being one of the guys behind the scenes and still playing.
Does that actually heap on added pressure?
Well, yeah, I think it does, because he knows that we all want him to do well. We're part of a team here, you know, behind the scenes. We're one big happy team, and, you know, he's part of that. So when one of you gets extracted from the team and thrown into the limelight, which is what playing does for you, you know everybody wants you to do well, and sometimes that can heap pressure on you. Jared will never ever say that it does, but it does.
Well, we've got the same thing about Keegan here, haven't we?
Jared, you require 100.
Yeah. I totally agree. But with Keegs having been around a bit longer, I don't think it affects him so much. Like, it doesn't affect me quite so much. Yeah, it does affect you first couple of games, but after that, you forget it.
I suppose it's a bit different for Keegan as well, because the commentary is something he enjoys, but it's very much a part-time thing for him, where for Jared, this is day in, day out, and he likes hitting those tops day in, day out, doesn't he? He leads 2-1.
Fourth flag, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $108.
Beautiful max from Keegan Brown. And that, the 80th of the week, as you could see on your screen there.
43.
Oh, hang on.
You done it again, didn't you?
90,
you done it again. I think there's a phone call for you outside. Stop putting the players off.
92.
I hear that the phone call contains the phrase P and a 45.
Well, it could well do if you keep putting the players off. Imagine how many 9 darters we could have had in this place if you didn't keep doing that.
180.
140. Keegan, you require 164.
You just don't learn, do you?
92.
Well, I predict a ton here.
I predict a riot in this commentary box if you keep on.
72.
Double top for Brown.
Shot on the fourth flag. Keegan Brown.
Well, that, no mistake whatsoever. That don't need words to describe. And this game is back level at 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Jared to throw first. Game on. $60. $100. $39. $47. $60. $100. $100.
Better pace of the game now again. All the to and fro-ing has ended, and it's time for the guys to get on with it, and they're playing better for it.
Yeah, just beginning to find a bit more of a rhythm. Keegan looking to get an important break.
82. Keegan, you require 117.
Trouble with the last start there. The 12-14 for Jared, leaving himself on 160. Brown 117. Can't be done on this occasion, and he'll be hopeful that Jared isn't going to find a haymaker blow. We've already seen a 160 today. That was from Christian Perez against Jared Cole.
78. Keegan, you require 78.
20 for tops for Keegan Brown for
Game shot of fifth
3-2
Keegan Brown.
lead.
Yeah, nicely done by Keegan Brown.
Sixth flag, it's Keegan to throw first. Game on. $139.
Brown with the darts to complete a 4-2 win and to grab the bragging rights between him and Jared in the
96.
Super Series derby. I suppose Keegan can just go and prove the point that I've been trying to make all along. Commentators are better than spotters.
81. $140.
We have all that sort of stuff at the Christmas party. And who came out winner?
121.
Ironically, Jared won, didn't he? The Christmas tournament, didn't he?
He did. With our bow from behind the bar on a Saturday night.
160.
It was a pairs event.
$47. Jared, you require 170.
170 for Cole. Not to be on this occasion.
85. Keegan, you require 113.
See what Jared tried to do there, but could that be his last darts?
$81 scored. So that means double 60
on
to
the
seal
mark.
it in
Keegan
style
Brown.
and to seal it with a 4-2 win against Jared Cole to round off his day. Means that Keegan Brown's going to be in the running coming into tomorrow. Couple of points off the pace against Christian Perez, and he will play Jared in the opening game of tomorrow's session. This is how the game went. Statistically, Brown a 4-2 winner, and we're going to round off the day's action in a couple of moments' time when we watch John Henderson in action up against Johan Gelenho.
match-winning chances, and this time it is taken by Sam Spivey, who picks up the Week 3 title with a 4-1 victory over Ronan McDonald.
Yes, Sam Spivey, aka Spivey Man, is into Champions Week, and we will see him in action in Group B from next Thursday night. I'm sorry, he's stuck with that name. He's stuck with the name. And we've got one more match for you on this Tuesday as John Henderson takes on Johan Geldenhuys. And this game yesterday was an absolute corker, wasn't it? Henderson won it 4-2, despite the fact that the South African averaged 102.63 in the contest. Henderson himself, 95.27, legs of 15-15, 15-17, 4 from 6 on his doubles, including a 104 checkout. It was quite the game yesterday, and it could be quite the contest here. And last time out, Johan Geldenhuys put in his best performance here. 104.4 average, 4 180s, 4 from 10 on his doubles, including a 161 checkout. If he plays at any kind of level like that, we could be
John
in
to throw first. Game on.
For quite the game. And John Henderson could be in for quite the tussle on what has been a day where I wouldn't say necessarily he's played badly, but he
64.
hasn't played well enough, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I do agree.
91.
Sometimes it's not the
44.
first day that grabs you when you've travelled a distance. Sometimes it's the second day. Maybe there's a bit of that for John.
100.
It's all right travelling down on the Sunday, and like you say, it's you have a late night Friday. It's usually Sunday it grabs you. So travelling down
45.
Sunday could be the energy of all that kind of grabs you on the Tuesday.
100.
Whereas for Johan, he's just getting better as this campaign and this Super Series experience goes along.
100.
Yeah, you have to say that that is exactly right, because
60.
he's grown into it, hasn't he, today? We saw what it meant to him to win his last game. He was
43.
very animated, started to come out of his shell.
I can hear a dart too, but he's
68.
taken the Henderson throw right from the get-go, and he looks to stretch a real early command of this contest against the Highlander.
125. Johan, you require 82.
Geldenhuys 82 to get this opening leg breaker throw under his belt. Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
Steady enough.
Johan
6
Geldenhuys.
visits. Enough for a break for Johan Geldenhuys.
Second leg. It's Johan to throw first. Game on. 131. 45. 135.
Just keeps carrying on at this supremely high level, does Johan Geldenhuys. And for John Henderson, that final dart's probably systematic of the way his day's gone. Even the good darts bounce out the board. I think tomorrow for him is going to be all about resetting. It's highly likely that both John Henderson and Jared Cole could find themselves in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, which was probably an inconceivable prospect early on in the week. And I tell you what, there's a possibility we could have an all-time great Group C if Henderson and Cole do drop down. Add in Ryan Brandley, add in Peter Jakes. That's going to be really tough to pick 2 from 6 from in that particular group, but obviously not discounting Brandon Walsh one bit.
98.
There's a long way to go, that's for sure.
100.
Lots of ifs, ands, and why for us.
72.
But we will bring it all to you. It will all unravel.
Double 16 doesn't go, and so Henderson is back for 96 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Trouble located, double 18.
Game shot on the second leg, John Henderson.
Yeah, the man from Huntly. Up in Scotland.
Third leg, it's John to the row
You
first.
don't know where Huntly is. It's kind of
Game on.
a little bit, I suppose it's a little bit northwest of Aberdeen. So he's right up there at the top of the country. Beautiful part of the world. I don't know if you ever saw when he won the PDC World Cup on his homecoming, going back to Huntly, and just the whole town stopping and cars in the way, people on the street. It was crazy.
57.
What a moment for Big John. So it will never leave him. He's already told me that.
Yeah, he's had some golden days as John, of course, the World Cup success. The World Seniors Championship, but I'm not sure he's enjoying himself as much right now. You could see in the background him really trying to psych himself up. It's just one of those days for him which just hasn't gone to plan for one reason or another.
Some days you play and you think this game is so easy today. Another game, another day, it's an absolute
59.
bind and a grind and it's just a pain in the backside to you. Everything you try doesn't work, and it's just generally
97.
the harder you try, the worse it gets. You can see John trying to get himself going and wind himself up, and it's just not quite happening for him today. It's like he's trying to force it to happen, and you can't do that.
58. John, you require 85.
So 6 starts here from 85 for Henderson to open up a 2-1 advantage. He's got 2 in his hand at double top, pins the double top,
John Henderson.
and he moves himself 2-1 to the goods.
Yeah, good stuff from Hendo.
Fourth flag, it's Johan to the row first. Game on. $58.
Do you see leg difference coming into this tomorrow, Henry?
Oh, it's got potential, hasn't it? It's got real potential. But the problem is, if it is going to come into play for Johan, he's not in a good position for it. Keegan Brown, I think, will be sat the happiest of anybody overnight. I know he's a couple points behind Christian Perez, but he's had a decent day. He's made some real gains in terms of the legs difference. He's got Jared first game tomorrow as well, so he's got an opportunity to go top of the table via that legs difference. And Christian Perez takes 59. On Johan Geldenhuys in game number 2. And the way that Johan has played at times, that could be a difficult opener for Christian. So there's a possibility Keegan Brown come the end of the first round of fixtures tomorrow. He could be the player at the top of the group, and we could be saying it may well be his group to lose.
Yeah, could well be. And when you think that Keegan actually lost to Perez today, when probably Keegan's worst game today, scoring wise and everything, it just wasn't. He just wasn't quite there. If he'd have been able to turn that one round, and even
99.
maybe lost one of the others instead, then they would be sat level at this moment in time.
Henderson leads himself on the fish, leads himself on 170 to
59.
open up a 3-1 advantage in this match.
Come on, John, why not? Okay, not to be this time. Another one of those will leave it handy.
96. Johan, you require 167.
She's beginning to draw something out here is John Henderson, and Johan Geldenhuys is going to have to be careful because he could find himself 3-1 behind, a breakdown in a few moments, and Henderson throwing for the win.
John, you require 74.
Johan's going to have to throw caution to the wind. Well, that's a bonus. The treble 13 leads double 12. The single would have left the bull. The double 12 located into the top corner, but John Henderson gets the break. He opens up a 3-1 advantage and has the darts in his hand now to complete a 4-1 victory.
Game on. $60. $21.
Johan being a bit wayward here.
$55. $140. $58.
Well, opening here for Geldenhuys on the Henderson throw. He stretched a 3-1 advantage, but hasn't found a power treble as of yet.
59.
Couldn't pick off. Even one treble would have meant that he would have had full advantage in this leg, Johan Geldenhuys, but he's just kept the door open for Hendo, who's now looking to put the seal, put the cap
123.
on the victory, which would put him onto 10 points. It'll put him 4 behind Christian Perez. It's doable, but it's going to be very, very hard, particularly with the legs difference calculated
45.
as well. I think you'll look at today with a possible case of what might have been John Henderson, but he's 120 points away now on completing a 4-1 victory against Johan Geldenhuys, who's played some really good stuff, real stellar stuff over the course of the session, but it could well spell the end of his march towards Group A glory, perhaps. Or perhaps he might find a route back into it if he can find the 101.
Johan, you require 101.
Yeah, there's no reason why not. It's a double 12 here.
89. John, you require 96.
So Henderson to round his day off with a 4-1 victory. Went double-double, couldn't find, and so Geldenhuys to extend the game,
12.
looking at double 6.
No score.
You couldn't have pitched 3 any closer.
Nah, 3 greatly thrown darts. It just did not find the desired location. That is so unlucky.
Can Henderson pinch his pocket as a result? Looks at double 12. Now double six, the target Johan missed.
63.
And that really would have added insult to
Johan,
injury
you
for the South
require
African.
12.
He's going to get free ball to bring it back to 3-2 and return the game to throw once again.
Game shot on
Pins
the
it first
fifth
time.
leg.
Back
Johan
to
Geldenhuys.
3-2. And he has the darts here, Johan Geldenhuys, to take us all the way to a last
Sixth
leg
leg,
decider.
it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Definitely looks as if a man who's ready to sit down, chill out and take it easy for the rest of the day, John Henderson.
30.
Not before he jumps all over that score of 30 is what he's hoping. And he duly has.
140. $55. $100. $140.
Yeah, good find from Johan.
Only problem he's got is Henderson's turned the darts in this leg and he's found another 140 to leave himself on a finish after 9.
Yeah, 155 in front.
100. John, you require
That's a touch unlucky.
121. $81.
Tops left after 12 for John Henderson to complete a 4-2 win. It's been a trying, challenging day at times for the Highlander. But this double top will at least give him a win to end on. Give him at least something to smile about come the end of it. And for John Henderson, it's not quite a day that's gone to plan. 10 points is his overnight total, and it looks like his priority on Wednesday is going to be getting into Group B as opposed to winning Group A. He's beaten the South African Johan Geldenhuys by 4 legs to 2, and that rounds off the end of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. John Henderson, a 4-2 win against Johan Geldenhuys. Will have reaction and analysis of himself and Scott Mitchell in the Pluto TV studio in a couple of moments' time.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Rondreas, Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, John Henderson got the better of Johan Gelenho by 4 legs to 2. Tuesday's action has come to a close, and really it was the day of Keegan Brown here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He was the big mover on moving day, winning 4 out of his 5 matches, and he finds himself on the coattails of Christian Perez, who still has a 2-point lead overnight, but it could have been so much more. Keegan Brown, the closest challenge, on 12. You got 3 players on 10. Jared, 6 points adrift at the bottom of the table. So that is how the land looks. That's what we've seen today, and we've been watching all of the darts in the company of Scott Mitchell. We called Tuesday a moving day. Despite the fact Christian Perez has the same margin at the top of the table, it feels like everything's changed underneath him.
Yeah, it has. It's squeezed up a little bit, except for poor Jared at the bottom. But yeah, we saw some really good stuff today at times. The averages were sort of all in the 80s and 90s. It was yeah, an exciting watch today, and I think there's still plenty more to come tomorrow. There'll be a few that will go back, look at that table overnight. You know, we know they watch some of the games back, and they'll be sort of ruin a few missed chances, I believe.
Christian Perez is top of the table overnight. Okay, he didn't play as well as he did yesterday, but did he do a good job of drawing out results when he needed to?
Yeah, he definitely did, and I think yesterday he hit those 390 average middle of the day. Today was a totally different day for him. It was all about trying to control himself, trying to control his nerves, and taking chances when they came his way. And we know his double percentages are really good yesterday. And he did a bit the same today. Every time he got a chance, he didn't seem to let it go.
And that 160 against Jared Cole there, he was in all sorts of trouble in that match. Pins that, changes the day altogether, changes the group potentially altogether.
Change the group, change the day, and turn that match upside down.
So Christian Perez top of the table, but the player of the day was Keegan Brown. Now, we were saying at the midway point of the session, he's almost as if he's going under the radar a little bit, because he's not perhaps putting in the roof-raising numbers. But what he is doing is he's playing at a standard that is very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, and I like Keegan when he plays at that little bit quicker pace. Well, it doesn't give him a chance to think, and then he starts being really rapid and really good and really accurate. And, you know, 4 from 5 today, he'll be over the moon with that. Maybe he would have been happier if Perez would have been one of his wins and maybe one of the other guys one of his losses, because that would have reeled Perez in and pretty much made it a really good shootout between the two of them tomorrow. But I still think that shootout's there, and the big game is Perez and Keegan tomorrow when they play.
The fact that Keegan plays the first game, so he's going to play before Christian in the first round, he can go top of the table with a win because his legs difference is better. How psychologically big could that be?
Well, it's massive. It's massive because there's a player sat in that back room watching the table evolve. You know, for Keegan to be able to get a bit of table pressure onto Perez, as well as if he plays well while he's doing it as well, that adds even more pressure so that Christian will know what type of key is coming to him. But yeah, this is all shaping up nicely for a good finish.
Have we unearthed a gem this week in Johan Gelenho?
Without doubt. Without doubt. I think as today's gone on, he got better and better until that very last game there with Hendo. But Hendo showed all his experience there. He knew that he needed that win badly to stay in touch. Whether it be Group B, whether he can get a dig at the top spot tomorrow by doing 5 out of 5. Who knows? But he needed that game, and that was a big game for John. So Johan has been sort of like of somebody that we didn't know yesterday morning. I don't fancy playing him now. He's a big scorer. He's a first start follower. And I think he just needs to sharpen up on the outer ring at the end of legs. And then he's going to be very, very dangerous indeed.
Lorenzo Pron himself has had some really, really good moments so far over the first couple of days. Yeah,
my good friend John Locken over from the ADC in Europe has sent me a few messages today while he was playing. And you look at the singles leagues and stuff that he's playing in a run-of-the-mill night, and the type of players that he's playing against, they're top players that have won stuff, that have been around a while, and he's learning from them. He's definitely learning from them. There's no two ways about it. So that when he comes here, he's then sort of been in that situation against the top players before, and he's showing it. He's really, again today, he's grown into the game today, and I think we've got to look out for him tomorrow because he could go 5 out of 5 tomorrow without a problem.
In terms of the bottom two, John Henderson and Jared Cole, horrid days for the pair, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you feel for both of them, really. And it's strange that Jared Cole was his only win was against John, and that's probably what's kept John down there at the bottom. But Jared's been moments. Where he's been really, really good. But when he's not playing his sort of B+ or A game, he's then dropping off to his C- game. And here in this bunch and this talented bunch that he's within, this other 5 players, you can't get away with that. If you drop off, they're getting you. And I think that's been his problem. He's had the 9-darter yesterday, lovely, but has it put him off for the rest of the week? I don't know. Let's hope not.
Now, he tried to showboat a little bit earlier on, did Jared. Now, he's going to claim this is a no-look 180, but have a look at dart 3. Have a look at dart 3 here. He's looking at it.
Yeah, but you kind of got to do that, mate. Otherwise, you hit the referee. You have got to look. The guys that do it kind of do it on their back throw. So on their way through, they turn away before they release. So, yeah, Jared didn't quite get that right. But, yeah, you're being harsh, mate.
To be fair, if you saw some of his darts at a double, nearly did hit Jack Garwood. Right, moving very swiftly on. I'm going to get murdered for that comment. Let's have a look at the league table. Christian Perez, top of the group, 14 points to his name. He's got 2-point lead at the top of the table, but is it a vulnerable lead going into tomorrow?
I think it can be, all depending on Keegan Brown and his first game and getting up their level on points with him. So, I think it could be a vulnerable one, and I think that Christian knows he's there to be hunted down, and so he's got to continue to try and be the hunter against everybody. Otherwise, he'll get caught and swallowed up.
And in terms of the first couple of rounds, they meet in game 3, Christian and Keegan. How important is it for players that both of them ensure that they don't drop points up until that point?
I think that game could be a nervy, tense affair. I really do. I think it could be a little bit bitsy. And if it goes down that route, I think that favours Perez because he doesn't mind breaking a game down and getting himself a dart, a double and hitting it. For Keegan, he's going to want the game to flow. He's going to want the game to move on. And we both know he's not going to be allowed to do that.
It'd be very interesting to see. Scott, thank you very much. Always enjoy your company. We shall do it again tomorrow morning for sure. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series features one of the, Super Series stars of 2024. Jimmy Van Schie will be talking about his darting career. Plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Later on tonight, referee wars involving George Noble and Owen Binks. And Paul Hinks looking very dapper in the background there. Hopefully, as long as Jared doesn't kill me, I'll be back for the live darts tomorrow from 9:30 tomorrow morning as Group A comes to a culmination and it all builds up towards a crescendo on Saturday night. Finals night will get underway from 7:30 and of course, remember, it all leads up to Champions Week, which gets underway on Monday morning. Well, it's been an intriguing day here at the Super Series. It's Christian Perez who's top of the pile, but it was Keegan Brown who's put the pressure on him. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye from us.
What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes and the target is... exciting of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harry!